Do we have a quorum? We got a quorum. Members, call the House back into session here. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's with honor I make a motion that we resolve ourselves into Committee of the Whole.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Motion passes. Representative Provenza.
Yes.
Okay. The Committee of the Whole, please come to order. First bill for our consideration is Senate File 20. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 20, sponsored by Minerals, Oil and Gas Bonding, Options and Bonding Pools, an act relating to oil and gas. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 9, Minerals, Business and Economic Development, to whom is referred Senate File 20 engrossed, Oil and Gas Bonding, Options and Bonding Pools, respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Campbell, Heiner, Knapp, Larson, Lawley, Schmid, Tarver, Weber. Excused, Representative Regans. Representative Heiner, Chairman.
It's the basics, I guess. You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Chairman Heiner.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File Number 20 do pass. There are no amendments, and I turn the explanation of the bill over to the good representative from the land of sugar.
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It's my great pleasure this afternoon and honor really to present to you Senate File 20. This is a bill that was a result of the Joint Minerals Interim Committee work. We had a work group that worked on this bill, of which I was a member. Throughout the interim, we'd report back to the committee, and at the very end of the interim, we brought this bill and this solution. And so I want to just kind of tell you what the problem we started out solving and what other things we were able to solve in the process. So basically in June of 2024, that federal agency that manages federal lands basically raised the minimum per well bond requirement on federal land from $10,000 to $150,000. Further, they increased the statewide blanket bond, which is basically a bond for all of their wells that are on federal land within one state, from $25,000 to $500,000. You can imagine the difficulty this would present for our oil and gas producers, particularly the smaller producers. It posed a significant challenge to small operators, many of whom may not have that level of income and annual revenue from these wells. So that was the problem that was presented to us during the interim. And they came to us and said, we think the state can maybe help us in coming up with some solution for this. These currently are in place and will continue to be a problem. And again, something might happen in the future that would change that, but it really doesn't matter, because what happened as we worked through this issue is we found solutions and created solutions, not only for the issue on federal land, but as we began to look at the solution we had, we asked ourselves this question: why shouldn't every producer in Wyoming be able to have access to these bonding options that we created in this bill? And ultimately, we have offered options through the bill, and I'm going to explain them in a moment. They're all voluntary, but they create opportunities to help our oil and gas industry navigate the landscape of bonding. And the bonding goes to, if you're not familiar with this industry, it goes to the cost of, ultimately at the end of the life of the well, or when a producer pulls out, the plugging of that well, Depending on the type of well, there might be some minor reclamation costs also that would be included, but that's what the bonding was for. So that was the problem we had. So the solution that we came up with through the Minerals Committee was to establish a risk pool through the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission to help operators meet bonding requirements. Again, this will be a process which is totally voluntary. Nobody has to do it. But I think we've seen plenty of evidence that most will want to do it because it offers some good options for them. And the bill has in it really two options. The first option is for the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission to contract with a third-party entity to create a bonding pool. Operators will pay fees into the pool, which will serve as a financial assurance for well plugging, abandonment, and reclamation costs. So that's option one, is that the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission will contract with a third party. One of the things that we discovered in our process of the work group was that the industry itself was beginning to solve some problems with the way bonds work anyway, because some of the problems we experience have to do with the limitations of the instrument of bonding. So to give just a general explanation of that, it's kind of like a bond marries a life insurance policy, and they have this child, and it is a new kind of instrument, really, that operates in some different principles. There's a little bit different kind of underwriting, if you will, about in that, how they rate wells and risks and different things. And so, and the one interesting thing about the instruments that they offer is that they are something that is on each well. It's attached to the well itself. It's underwritten based on the well, the particular well, and it is transferable. This is a huge change in this whole area of oil and gas bonding, to have an instrument that is to a specific well and is transferable. One of the reasons we have such a problem with abandoned and unplugged wells is because the bonds do not attach specifically to the well in particular, and are definitely not transferable. So these were some new things and creative approaches that caused us in the end to say, why would we just limit this to those people who have oil and gas wells on federal lands? Because that was the problem, remember, that we started working on. And we decided ultimately, as you'll see in the bill, that it not be limited to that any producer in Wyoming, large or small, could take advantage of this pool if they so desired. Option two is that if no third party is available, the Oil and Gas Commission can manage the bonding pool internally. And you'll notice there's no additional personnel asked for, and that's because, if you're not familiar with the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, is that because of the work they've done for generations here in Wyoming, they have a lot of expertise. They actually manage the bonds for all our state lands, for example. So it's already there. They are already familiar with these processes, and they are able to take this on. They were with us all the way in the work group as we work through these different options and possibilities. So the pool will be funded by contributions, again, from operators, and the pool will also be sort of seeded with, if you will, existing unobligated conservation funds of approximately $45 million. This is funds that they've already have, that they've been collecting from various fees, and that have sort of been put aside for now, and they're unobligated in other areas for the Oil and Gas Commission. So that would also, the bill also calls for that money to be put in the pool in option two for the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission to then run a bond fund. And again, they have the ability to do some of the same things that's being done currently in some of the new ideas in the industry on this bonding. So let's see, I think I'll just say that, again, the bondings for each well, the contracts are transferable, and it just opens up benefits for operators that they don't currently have in this area of oil and gas bonding. So no taxpayer dollars are used. All the money in that unobligated fund came from producers, oil producers, through fees and various things that they pay that are already assessed. And again, those participating in the pool will pay an amount. There'll be some underwriting done as to what amount for what kind of well, depending on the age of the well. Those kinds of, there'll be a number of factors that will be looked at concerning the sufficiency of the bonding. And then, so I'll say no growth of government. So I think we've come up with a great solution for the oil and gas industry. They are 100% behind this, and they see it as very needed. And I think they're very thankful that we could open it up beyond those that are operating on federal land. I'm trying to make sure I've covered everything. You know, Albert Einstein once said that in the midst of difficulty, you can find opportunity. And I think that was kind of what happened here. We had a really difficult situation, a crisis situation really for the oil and gas producers that had federal leases. But in the midst of that became an opportunity that would help all of our oil and gas producers. So again, I ask for your aye vote. And again, I want to publicly thank those that worked on this bill from the Minerals Committee, because it has emerged as one of the most important work I feel like I've done in the legislature. Thank you.
Representative J.T. Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And members, like the previous speaker just stated, this is one of the most influential bills that I have worked on, and one of the most probably influential bills that we will address this session. And it's hard to find a lot of other things we could do that would benefit our oil and gas producers as much as this bill, especially our small oil and gas producers. Our small oil and gas producers make up, I believe it's 30% of the production in the state of Wyoming. And without them, we would lose a lot of our production. And so very proud to have supported this bill and worked on it through the interim. And I think that this specific bill, it was testified in committee that this really does add value to the wells of, if somebody wanted to sell their well in the future, to have this structure set up for their wells adds value to it. It's easier to sell because you don't have to go get a $150,000 bond from that the federal government requires. And so, again, on and in favor of the bill. This is a fantastic way to support our oil and gas producers and put our time and investment where our mouth is. So thanks.
Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and just would have a couple of clarifying questions for me, if I may, to the explainer of the bill. The Oil and Gas Commission and the industry has been, they're an industry that's taken care of their own problems all along, and I appreciate this. But so I'm trying to understand when you say that the first option one, bonding, on the bonding you talked about, that would be going through a bonding entity, if I'm understanding correctly. They would purchase the bond and have a third party administer that bonding, the bond for those that are being that purchase the bond. If you just clarify that, like performance bonds or security bonds that we see in other industries. And then associated with that then is, when you talk about that bond being transferable, I heard from our good Sweetwater guy there that maybe implied that if I sell the lease, that then that bond becomes transferable at that point, but I didn't know if that's what it meant, or if at the time the well has been completed and that bonding's still in place, that you could transfer it to another well. So just clarify that a little bit for me. And then on option 2, with the Oil and Gas Commission running this, so they have that capacity now, I believe. They assess a fee to the operators. That's how we took care of all the abandoned, the orphan coal bed methane wells over the year. And so is that the 45 million that they have kind of rat holed there? And would they administer that in-house, not so much as a bond, but you pay into that based on, I'm just trying to get my head around how that works. If they want to participate, Oil and Gas Commission then assesses a fee and they pay into it. So just, I know that you're very familiar with how this is all working, but there's just some little bits there that would help me understand it a little better, please.
Chairman Heiner?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Members of the committee, I want you to listen just for a second here. The previous administration on the federal level had a war on fossil fuels. They were trying to shut down oil and gas. So they raised these bond amount from $25,000 up to $500,000. These small operators that only make about $50,000 a year off of a well, they couldn't afford that. We would see 15% of our revenue, we would lose 15% of our revenue within a year. By June of next year, all of these operators would have had to shut down, and we would have lost 15% of the state's revenue. But industry and government came together with this task force, and they came up with a solution that a lot of other states are looking at right now. How is Wyoming doing this? We want to follow that. In fact, the nation that's to the north of us, they're looking at it as well, because we're able to solve that problem and actually bring value, more value to the small operator, because that is transferable. So going back to the question from the good representative from the land of warm winds, the first responsibility is to the operator. The operator uses their assets and their revenue to plug a well. They're responsible for those wells. That doesn't go away. But if that operator declares bankruptcy and he has no more assets that we can go after, then this bond is the second backstop, this bonding pool. And if for some reason there's not enough money in the bonding pool, then the conservation tax, which you were talking about, that's the third backstop. So we have three backstops, and government is not funding any of those programs. Again, because with these small wells, they get sold often. They don't make a lot of money, they transfer ownership, but now when they hand over the keys to the new operator, they can say, it already has bonding in place. So you don't have to go out and get a $500,000 bond for that well because it's already in place. And it's purely voluntary, but I think it'll be widely accepted. This is a novel approach that is going to be, I think, utilized throughout the nation. And what we did is we thwarted this previous administration to try and shut down our oil and gas. A lot of our oil and gas revenue doesn't come from the majors. It comes from these small operators. They're the ones that create 30% of our oil and gas comes from small operators. More than 10,000 people are employed by these small operators. And that was a cliff that was coming a year from now. But I'm so grateful for this task group that they came up with this solution. And I hope when you go back home at the end of this session and you talk to your people at home, this should be the number one or number two thing that you talk to them about. This is one of the most important things we're going to do here this year. They're going to want to hear about property tax and the supplemental budget. This is 15% of our revenue right here. And I think we need to let the people know how we came up with an idea, and this task force came up with an idea that benefited all parties. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Representative Lawley?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Again, and thank you to our Majority Floor Leader, again, to just emphasize how significant what we've done here is. We were told in committee that they're getting calls from other states and even a province in Canada that is oil and gas rich of how did we do this? How did we structure it? And honestly, a lot of the ability to do it the way we did, in my view, goes back to how we've been using the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission in our state lands. So they have a lot of expertise in looking at bonding and managing situations. And even they were responsible for the orphan abandoned wells that we have already plugged in the state. So in fact, there's a provision in there that basically says we will try to negotiate with the federal government if there's an abandoned well that we'll just plug it ourselves here in Wyoming, because we can do it a lot cheaper just doing it ourselves, because again, the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission has already done all that work before as well. So that has a lot to do. It's a big, in my view, piece of this. But I want to get back to the questions from the good representative from House District 10. Option 1, the bonding is the type of instrument. Yeah, option 1, and it's option 1 for a good cause, as we heard a lot of testimony on these different approaches that are being made by some companies that are had maybe typically done some bonding, but they've had people come in and oil and gas experience and begin to again, evaluate the sort of, I'd call them shortcomings of bonding in general, to do the job that we're trying to do with them in the oil and gas industry, and even recognizing some of the needs of smaller producers. So they had examples of instruments. So there's a number of third parties out there that have moved to this direction, that's this sort of hybrid product. I don't even know that it has a name, but it's not fully a bond, but it is a bond, but it also has some components of like a life insurance, and again, particularly its portability. So that option 1 is that the Oil and Gas Commission will enter into a contract with one of those third parties. It would be something they would decide later, which one best fits Wyoming. Would they be able to adjust the product to fit exactly our situation in Wyoming to benefit our Wyoming producers to the maximum? And so that's the first option, is that we look to the marketplace. And I actually personally like that option the best, because it is saying and acknowledging that, look, that's what the marketplace is there for. This is what we like, is to have these marketplace solutions, and that's the first option. Then it says, in effect, if there isn't one found suitable, then they can create option 2 themselves. And that's where we come in with the 45 million coming in that's already set aside but unobligated, and begin a pool, and people can participate in the pool. And then they would set up their own processes of underwriting and determining how to price that. And in effect, they would somewhat create what is being done in the private market. And again, that's an option, and it's there, and it's important that it's there as a backstop. But I will just say, to me, that marketplace solution, that we not try to recreate in government if we don't have to. We let the marketplace do it. So I hope that helps you understand how option 1 would work. The transferability of the bond is, it's not really so much transferable to another well, because the way this program would be set up is that is attached to a particular well. So the idea of transferring it to a different well isn't really very workable. What you could do is sort of surrender it and get money back if you wanted to. But typically what's going to happen is that if it's being abandoned, it would be used to plug. If it wasn't done by the operator, because they have that obligation. Just so you know, again, how a bond works, I don't want to assume too much, but what the bond does is just says that it will be the backstop if a producer doesn't do what they're already legally committed to do, which is to plug the well properly. And so that the bond then covers the costs if they don't. That's kind of how it works. So, but the idea here with transportability has more to do with when you're transferring these wells. They do, different producers have different techniques, and the smaller producers. So one producer's techniques may reach a point with the well where they're kind of gotten all they can, or they think is financially feasible. But there's other producers over here that have newer, different techniques that they're using, and that well is valuable to them. So there's a lot of the transferring, and it would be, the idea would be that bond becomes really an asset, an instrument of asset, if you will, and that it would probably most likely be transferred when the well is sold. But it would also be a negotiation for a piece. I mean, it's a value added for whoever's buying the well. And probably if someone was negotiating well, the value of the selling of that well, the price you would charge for that transfer would be higher because you had that to pass on, because it's valuable. And it also, just as a public policy matter, is because it's attached to the well, as it moves down the chain of different ownership, we still have a guarantee that if the need be, the producer does not plug the well, that instrument is there to do that. So it begins to protect the state long-term over time from those potential liabilities when, bonds are forfeited or something happens and we have to come in and do things as we have had to do in the past. So I hope that answers the transferability, but I see this as one of the most valuable parts of this piece. And the small producers loved this very much. It really adds something to them and the problems they see, because one of the things that happens, just so you know, when a well is abandoned and it's not been plugged and properly taken care of, especially on federal lands, they are very aggressive about going back all the way through the ownership and trying to hold the first person with deep pockets they can find liable. And so we're actually kind of, through this process, if it's done right, we will kind of stop that from happening, because that's an exposure that if you ever owned a well, that you will have until that well is done and properly plugged. That's a potential liability hanging out there for you. So there's a lot of things that come with the transferability of the bonding. So the option 2, as I said, I think I answered that one. And again, the good majority floor leader mentioned the backstop of the conservation tax and some things. So we've built, I think, a pretty sound system. We worked on it for a long time. Again, I appreciate those that like our Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. I can say their name because they're mentioned in the bill. But what we already had in them as an asset, their expertise was incredibly important. And really had a lot to do with building the solution around what they already do. And with that, I will stand for more questions.
Representative Lean.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. On and in favor of this legislation, if an operator chooses to participate, it is a regulatory compliance paid in an annual premium rather than a significant upfront business expense. This is keeping small operators in business. It allows for better bond ratings to be able to come into play. Where these folks may have qualified for a D-rated bond, they'll now be able to qualify for an A or AA bond. And think of this like a medical cost share savings program, only for oil and gas. On and in favor of the legislation.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, and appreciate the good chairman and the good presenter clarifying this. Very, very helpful for me to get my head around this, and appreciate the work that the task force has done on that. I'm very supportive. But so if I understand, then owner's responsibility to plug his well. Second, then we've got this bonding requirement. And then the third is this tax that the Oil and Gas Commission has relied on. So help me understand the incentive that the producer would have to do the bonding rather than just rely on the third option. Is it cheaper rather than the tax that then is imposed on them for the third? So I'm just trying to understand the incentive for them wanting to go ahead and invest in bond rather than just let the third backup come in and take over.
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think it might be a misunderstanding that there's a third option. What the good majority floor leader was speaking about was some financial backstop that's built into the system. And so there's just 2 options. There's just 2 options. And so they can, well, there's really 3 options. They can go out on their own and find a bond in the market, or they can choose to enter into this pool. And again, the options exist for the Oil and Gas Commission, really, that we're saying you can either, preferably, the first option is we want you to engage with and see if we can enter into an agreement with a third party. that this is their job, this is their profession to do it, and they would manage those relationships and they would enter into those contracts. That's option one. Option two is the Oil and Gas Commission, in effect, create their own bonding pool. That is not, in my view, the preferred option, but that's the backup option. And when the good majority floor leader, mentioned backstop, he was talking about financial backstop in terms of just security and financial security for the bonding obligations. And again, I want to point out that the Oil and Gas Commission got the expertise to do this already, and they manage the bonds that people acquire outside in the marketplace at this point, but on state lands. And they already have to look at whether they're sufficient or not and approve those bonds. So they're already doing work, a lot of work actually in the bonding area on state lands.
Sensing we are ready to plug up this well of debate here. All those in favor of Chairman Heiner's motion that when Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that Senate File 20 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? That Senate File 20 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 15. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 15, sponsored by Minerals, Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, regulation of pits, an act relating to oil and gas. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 9, Minerals, Business and Economic Development, to whom is referred Senate File 15, Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, regulation of pits. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Campbell, Heiner, Knapp, Larson, Schmid, Tarver, Weber. Excused, Representative Lawley and Riggins. Representative Heiner, Chairman.
Chairman Heiner, I'm going to ask for your pleasure, but I made an error and I need to address something. So,
If you made an error, let's let everybody know about it.
okay, everyone, I have made an error. Thank you, reading clerk. Is that okay if we go to, okay, privilege of the floor.
May I have a privilege, Chairwoman Provenza?
You may, Chairman.
Thank you. You did not make an error. I just didn't jump up and down high enough. Folks, today we welcome, I mentioned it late last night about your mailboxes that exist over on this side of the building that are pretty full right now. But we are welcoming our Camo at the Capitol. So everyone involved in Camo at the Capitol in the gallery, please stand up. They're all over the place. So many that I actually think we had to keep them out of the building. There's some out in the hallway, but give them a quick round of applause and then I'll tell you more. Welcome to the House, Camo at the Capitol. We have over 60 sportsmen and women from all around the state, from Afton, Alpine, Sheridan, Jackson, Gillette, Rock Springs, Lander, Pinedale, DuBois, Torrington. This is the 7th annual Camo at the Capitol, and they're very excited that they can be here to watch our process today, to get involved. And once again, they are inviting each and every one of you to the Botanical Gardens this evening at 6 p.m. for the legislative reception. So please join them this evening. Welcome to the House.
Thank you, Chairman Byron. I look forward to eating some wild game tonight. I understand there won't be any otters served. Chairman Heiner.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File number 15 do pass. There are no amendments, and I turn the explanation of the bill to the good representative from the town that's big enough to enjoy but small enough to care.
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Ms. Chairwoman. Senate File 15 is a real easy little bill. Basically, what this does is it grants the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission the ability to regulate pits. And when I say regulate pits, this is surface pits for production water and drilling fluids. Currently, as it stands, the commission has the authority to do this, But according to existing law, it has to have a pit on each lease, on each location, so to speak. And so to read you through this bill, what it does is it changes the powers and duties that the commission has. And the way that this does is it codifies a best practice procedure. Basically, the long and the short of it is our modern horizontal drilling program just doesn't fit within this lease permit anymore. Just imagine a drilling rig out on the prairie. It used to be that that location would have to have a pit specifically for the production water and drilling fluids of that well. Well, now our drilling programs have modernized and technology has changed to where this just really isn't practical. For example, let's say you had an oil company that was drilling a rig in Campbell County, and that same company was drilling a well down in Converse County, just below the border. Well, according to existing law, statute said that they would have to have a pit on each one of those locations. Well, with modern technology and everything, it would be more practical to have a centralized pit, just one pit rather than two. And what this does is it promotes best practice procedures by encouraging the industry reuse of production water, which is a very good thing. It makes using this water easier and more cost effective, which is another good thing. And there's no significant fiscal or personnel impacts with this bill. It just tidies things up and makes things more practical and uses best practices in the drilling industry. I recommend Senate File 15 do pass. Please vote aye.
Is there any discussion? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Heiner's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that Senate File 15 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Senate File 15 has passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 16. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 16, sponsored by Minerals, Industrial Siting Tribal Notification, an act relating to industrial development and siting. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 9, Minerals, Business and Economic Development, to whom is referred Senate File 16 engrossed, Industrial Siting, Tribal Notification, respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Campbell, Heiner, Knapp, Larson, Schmid, Tarver, Weber. Excused, Representative Lawley and Riggins. Representative Heiner, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Heiner?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File number 16 do pass. There are no amendments, and I turn the explanation over to the good representative from the town named after a razor.
Chairman Knapp.
Madam Chairman, thank you. This particular bill deals with in the Industrial Siting Act. So the Industrial Siting Act was created when we have large projects to organize those projects and see what impact they may have on cities and towns that they're going to be located by. Although this is common practice now, this codifies this into law, that we also notify the tribes. So on page 2, it just talks about the tribes that will be notified if a project is near or abutting their lands. So tribal government is the Eastern Shoshone tribe, and the Northern Arapaho tribe of the Wind River Indian Reservation. So this would just require 7 days' notice upon receipt of a request for waiver to those entities. And going through this, the amount of days for notification once the applicant has met with local governments in hearings, and then 10 days after the following the receipt of an application for a permit. So this, again, just codifies into law what is current practice, and I will take any questions.
All right, question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Heiner's motion that when committee of the whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that Senate File 16 do pass. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Senate File 16 has passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for consideration is Senate File 23? 23. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 23, sponsored by Labor. Handicap placards, healthcare providers approval, an act relating to motor vehicles. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom referred Senate File 23, handicap placards, healthcare providers approval. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Clauston, Guggenmoss, Heft, McCann, Ottman, Rodriguez-Williams, Yen. Excused, Representative Stivar and Wasserberger. Representative Rodriguez-Williams, Chairman.
Chairwoman Rodriguez-Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that Bill Senate File 23 do pass, and I will turn the explanation of the bill over to the good representative from Coal Country.
Representative Clauston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everyone. This is an interim topic that passed unanimously through the summer interim and then also passed through our committee with unanimous support. What it does is currently in Wyoming, only physicians, medical doctors, doctors of osteopaths, and advanced nurse practitioners can sign off for handicap placards for your vehicles. We had a situation come up where a podiatrist did surgery, couldn't write for this. His physician assistant couldn't write, and neither could the physical therapist. So basically what this is doing is expanding the medical professionals that can write for these, giving more access to our patients. So when they do need these handicap designations, they can get them more easily. It'll cut down an administrative burden for our doctors. So that adding to the 3 current medical providers, we're going to add physician assistant, podiatrist, physical therapist, occupational therapist, and optometrist. So those with visual difficulties can go to see their eye doctor and get these taken care of as well. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the bill. Again, improving some access for our patients. Stand for any questions. Thank you.
Is there any discussion on the bill? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Rodriguez-Williams' motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that Senate File 23 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? Senate File 23 is passed Committee of the Whole. Folks, we're going to need a little bit more verbal response when I ask for votes, just a heads up. I would appreciate it. I know it's after lunch, but maybe bounce around a little bit. Thank you. All right, the next bill for consideration is Senate File 25. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 25, sponsored by Transportation, Electronic Lien and Title System, an act relating to motor vehicles. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs, to whom is referred Senate File 25 engrossed. Electronic Lien and Title System, respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Brown, Geringer, Larson, McCann, Nicholas, Posey, Tarver, Wiley. Representative Brown, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that Senate File 25 do pass. And there are no amendments, and I will give a brief walkthrough of this bill and stand for any questions. Ladies and gentlemen, what you've got here is a culmination of about, better part of 5 years total worth of work. This started out, like I say, about 5 years ago. We offered up the opportunity for our county clerks to do electronic titling, and we put that into statute. But unfortunately, as we have seen over the past 5 years, not a single clerk nor dealer or anybody has really taken it up. So we took the notion from a good representative in this body last year, started the process of pushing clerks in that direction. And he happens to be standing back at the other podium here. So if y'all just want to take a look at that smiling face and say thank you for bringing this particular interim topic. This is basically putting us into the 21st century, maybe even into the realm of actually being ahead of the curve, if you will. Ladies and gentlemen, what this bill does in a snapshot is it provides all of our clerks the tools necessary with the department that handles all of our transportation, the ability to put together an electronic lien and titling system. That titling system will actually operate and interface with all of our dealers across the state, as well as all of your county clerks. I can give you a brief walkthrough of the bill to kind of give you an understanding here of what we're doing. The biggest things that I would say is this is going to streamline the process. This is going to modernize everything that we have, and this is going in connection with what YDOT's RIS system is going to be going through, and a modernization of that process as well. There is a small fee that is going to be associated with this, but this is all going to be developed over the course of the next few years. None of this is actually going to take effect until 2027, I believe. Yep, 2027. So you'll see that in section 4 at the very last page. And with that, what I will actually do, based off the fact that I don't see anybody asking questions on this, I will stand back and let the good representative who brought this idea to our committee have the floor and see if there's any other questions.
Smiling Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And yes, I'm very excited that the committee had taken this up as an interim topic. Very important step in the right direction for our state. I had the privilege of being able to sit through a few demonstrations from some companies that have developed software to do electronic titling, and it's really quite cool. I don't know, I mean, I'm an avid car buyer, so I'm always sitting in the dealership for hours on end trying to get paperwork processed, and then after that you have weeks on end of waiting for the mail and to hit your county clerks and your county treasurer's office. And this will just streamline all of that. You walk into the dealership, you purchase your vehicle, whether that's through financing or with cash, and then they send through this system all of the information from the sale to the county clerk. They instantly get it. They can generate all of the documentation. And this will eventually, I mean, it will allow you to have your title in an electronic format as well. It doesn't prohibit you from having a paper copy by any means. And we didn't want to prohibit that from people, because people still do like to have paper copies of their titles, but it does allow for electronic copies for better management as we move into the future. So very excited that this was able to get through the committee, and I encourage an aye vote and stand for any questions as well.
Representative Stivar.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is a great bill. I sat through that committee meeting. It's going to speed up the process so you can get your title, get your taxes paid, get your plates. It's a great system. Vote aye.
Sensing kumbaya. Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Brown's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that Senate File 25 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Thank you. Senate File 25 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next bill for consideration is Senate File 32. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 32, sponsored by Transportation, Unpaved Roads, Speed Limits, Amendments, an act relating to speed limits. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs, to whom is referred Senate File 32, Unpaved Roads, Speed Limits, Amendments. Respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Brown, Larson, Nicholas, Posey, Tarver. Noes, Representatives Geringer, McCann, Wiley. Representative Brown, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that this file number that I am looking up as we're 32 do pass, And I will also read this for the body as well. This is a pretty, and I will further move the standing committee amendment on this one. We also have a committee of the whole amendment coming up as well. What the committee did with this particular amendment, ladies and gentlemen, is the process. This is another one of those interim topics. This one actually came up a little later in the process through the interim. We had county commissioners that came in and said, hey, look, we'd like the ability as county commissioners to be able to set some of these speed limits. Well, statute says these roads are set, unpaved or gravel roads are set at 55 miles an hour. And then what we were hearing through the process is that if they want to change that speed limit, a speed study has to be done. And those speed limit studies, they can vary anywhere. There is a process through the university over the hill that allows them to be done for free of charge. However, they are so inundated with the amount of these that want to be done that it takes, a very, very substantial amount of time to get them done. And then if you end up hiring out a firm to come out and do these are anywhere between $5,000 and $10,000 per study to be done. So the commissioners came to us during the interim and said, hey, look, especially out of that oil and gas rich area up to the north of here by about 100 miles, there was a lot of concern about how these roads were being basically not being able to even reduce the speed limit. And so with this particular amendment, what we did is we reframed kind of the way that the bill was structured. And we said, hey, look, if you want to reduce the speed limit, you can do that. If you want to do anything beyond that and go up and above that 55 miles an hour, you're going to need to do the speed study or you're going to need to do a public comment period. And so this is just kind of in an effort to try to solidify what in practice is going on. I will share with the body, there are some concerns, and you've probably received some emails from some of your county road and bridge people that have looked at this, and especially the professional engineer side of things that have said, hey, look, I don't feel comfortable allowing that to happen on my roads because this has my stamp of approval on it. My good desk mate is a recovering professional engineer as well, and voted no on this bill for that exact reason. And I think there's some validity to that, and I think it's a policy decision for this body to make as to whether or not we want those elected officials who are hearing the screaming and the crying or whatever may be happening that, the dog was hit on a county road that the truck driver was going too fast for the road, you need to slow this down. Should the county commissioners have the availability to reduce that speed limit without having to go through, thousands of dollars of work and taxpayers' dollars, should they be able to adjust that speed limit down on their own, or should they have to go through this rigorous study to ensure that what they're doing is correct? So I think that's a valid question. Not seeing any questions coming up on that. That is the direction of the amendment, is to give the authority to those commissioners to set this down and do either a speed study or have public comment period, and that's what the amendment does. And frankly, Madam Chairwoman, that's what the bill does as well. So I'll stand for any questions on the amendment and the bill.
Anyone want to speed to the mic and ask a question? All right, question being called. All those in favor, standing committee amendment number 1, please say aye. All those opposed, no. The standing committee amendment number 1 has been adopted. We are on to maybe committee of the whole amendment. Chairman Rodriguez-Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I respectfully withdraw my committee of the whole amendment, and we'll work with the good chairman on perhaps a second reading amendment.
The amendment having been withdrawn, is there any objection? All right, we are back on the bill. Representative Allemand.
Thank you. There should be one more amendment. If you'd refresh your computers, I put it in before lunch.
Representative Allemand, did you approve the amendment?
Approved, but I can bring it up second reading.
Let's go to Geringer and then. let's. Representative Geringer.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So some of you may know I did spend some time as the Public Works Director for a county, and we dealt with these kinds of speed limit issues on numbers of roads. And we we utilized the process of speed studies. And let me just tell you why that's kind of an important factor in the determination of speeds on roads. When the engineering study is done, it takes into account the speed at which the 85th percentile travels on the road. And that's usually just in and of itself, that's a kind of a good indication of what the normal behavior is for people driving on roads. And if you think about your own driving habits when you're out in the middle of nowhere driving on a road, when it comes to wide open stretches, that's one thing. But when it comes to the road kind of gets a little bit narrow, the shoulders kind of drop off a little bit, curves come, hills come, most of the traveling public will tend to slow down some. When you do an engineering study, so you're looking at what those average speeds are, but you're also taking into account some of those other features of the roadway. And so it provides information for the ability to make good decisions. An engineering study is not the final decision that's made. It's one of the pieces of information that can be included to make the best sort of decision. And we've talked in this body about how we like to understand the numbers. We like to understand what's happening on the ground, and that's what these engineering studies do. They use what's called the MUTCD, the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, as the basis for the study. And so that's something uniformly across the nation that is used in the application of the safety of roads. So if what we do is say, we're going to take it out of having a combined data-driven and public comment sort of approach that we use now, and only put it into the public comment, really what can happen is those who scream loudest get heard. And decisions are made on, and I shouldn't maybe put it that way, those that are most concerned, that's the better way to put it. Those that are most concerned will tend to have a bigger voice. And we do need to account for that, absolutely. But we also need to take into account the engineering behind it. I will also say that what happens, and maybe one of our good reps that has experience in the trucking industry can comment on it too, but people that are traveling along a roadway or living along a roadway don't necessarily understand exactly how fast people are going. And when you have a big truck coming by that has a lot of wheels generating dust, has equipment that might blow air, the tendency can be to think that there's more excessive speeds that are going on. And so this kind of takes into account by studying what's actually going on. I had a good discussion with one of the commissioners that testified in front of us. I had a discussion afterward about this back and forth of what's the best route. And he pointed out that sometimes there's maybe a fracking event going on where there's a whole slew of trucks that come in, and that's when they're getting the calls about the excessive speeds on roads and things like that. And so to study it would be a challenge. And he's correct, that could be. But do you take what could be a ramp up and a ramp down and apply that and set your speeds because people believe they're going too fast and apply that across the board? So maybe perhaps lowering the speed limit to only impact that period of time where people perceive the problem. And I would say the issue with that is that we're not taking into account when those trucks aren't around. Now, all of our residents are forced to, or are obligated to abide by a lower speed limit that actually doesn't follow what the typical traffic behavior would be. And so we talked about what some of the options might be, because I understand maybe during some of these periods of high traffic, maybe there does need to be a posted speed limit that should be lower. But right now, there's no ability for us to do that. So if the county engineer were to post a speed limit because of a period of time that, you know, something temporary that's up there on the road that says you have to slow down to 25. Traffic has to slow down to 25, we'll say. Well, that's not enforceable because we're not dealing with a typical situation. You know, construction traffic, we're all aware of that. We do have the ability to post and say, you have to slow down through a construction zone, and that's enforceable. So I guess what I'm advocating here is I don't think this bill is the right solution. I think there's something more that can be done, and we have to look at some of these other things that maybe we can do. Is the solution to be able to, on a temporary basis, throw a sign up there where the county road supervisors can throw a sign up there for the periods of time? In the county that we're sitting in, they're actually, one of the operators has their own posted speed limit sign, in addition to the signs that are posted by the county. And it's kind of an interesting situation. So the posted enforceable speed limit is 45. They put their own sign on there that says the name of the operator, all traffic that is related to, and I'm kind of over-explaining this, but traffic related to that operator has a speed limit 10 miles an hour less. So 35 miles an hour, we'll say. So it's an interesting solution. It's not enforceable though. So I think my point to all this is to say, I don't like the bill in this current form. In fact, what the county engineers and road supervisors said was, right now in statute, it says all county roads that are unposted are 55 miles an hour. All unpaved county roads are 55 miles an hour. They would rather see that be in statute 45 and then be able to adjust the speed either up or down from there. And typically you're probably going to be looking at, that's more like, on a lot of county roads, 45 is adequate. Some do need to be, a lot need to be lowered from there, but at least it lowers it from what the maximum state statute was. So when they came to the table and we're having these discussions, that's really what they were advocating for, is let's keep it simple right now, still keep the study in there, and we can adjust from there. And so I would submit to you that I don't think this is a good bill to pass through. I think that there's more work that needs to be done, and we should have that some additional discussion maybe as an interim topic, or work on a bill even outside of the interim. Thank you.
Chairman Washit.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm just trying to remember the last time I saw a deputy running radar on a dirt road. You know, maybe some of the counties have sufficient manpower to put radar enforcement out on dirt roads, but don't see it in my neck of the woods.
Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Ladies and gentlemen, again, I think this is a policy choice. Again, what we heard through the interim was the ability for these commissioners who hear this and are elected by their constituents and hear these conversations on a day-to-day basis, they wanted that ability to go out and make these changes as they saw necessary. I don't think you're going to have arbitrary and capricious, speed changes just for the heck of it. I think you're going to have people that are going to take care of what they need to take care of, and they're going to do this with due diligence. I understand the concern of the engineers, where they're coming from, and the acronyms that come behind this, but at the end of the day, I do think this is a good policy decision. This was run through the committee for 2 different meetings to make sure that we kind of understood the ins and the outs of it. But above all else, I guess I would just say vote your conscience.
Representative Alman, you got a green light on that amendment.
I wasn't prepared. I was speaking on the bill. I move to the Committee of the Whole, Amendment Number 2, and ask for your favorable Amendment Number 2 to Senate Bill 32. This is going to be the sweetest, littlest amendment that you've ever heard. It's going to take about 2 minutes. All I'm saying is that I do not want this to apply to private property roads. And that's all the amendment says. Thank you.
Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Only for the simple fact that I think this actually muddies the water because the bill specifically states county roads. I would urge a no vote on this. I understand exactly where this representative is coming from, but we don't enforce speed limits on private roads, nor do any sheriff's departments, highway patrol, anything like that. This bill is specifically about county roads, and I would be afraid that if we start putting something like this into the statute, it kind of muddies up the water on what we're actually trying to accomplish, which is the county road side of things. We have nothing to do with private roads.
Representative Alman.
Nor should we. So let's not make a law saying that we do, because unless it's in this law, it gives them the right to put radar on private roads. But they'll also probably get a trespass. Thank you.
Question having been called, all those in favor of Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 2, say aye. All those opposed? Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 2 has not been adopted. We're back on the bill. Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Brown's motion? Okay. Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Brown's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that Senate File 32 do pass. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? No. I guess we need to do a standing division. All those in favor of the bill, please stand. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand. More than 13. So having failed a standing division vote, a roll call vote is required. The chief clerk will call the roll.
Allemand? No. Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Banks?
Excused.
Bear? No. Brady? No. Bratton? Brown Gary? No. Brown Landon? Byron? Campbell Elisa? Campbell Kevin? Chestick? Clouston? Connolly? Davis? Eklund, excused. Erickson? Filer? Geringer? Guggenmoss? Haroldson? Haroldson?
Excused.
Harshman? Heiner? Heft? Jarvis? Johnson? Kelly? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Lean? Locke? Lucas? McCann? Nicholas? Ottman? Pendergraft? Posey? Provenza? Riggins, excused. Rodriguez Williams? Schmid? Sherwood, excuse me. Singh? Smith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Thayer? Washut? Wasserberger? Webb? Weber? Worf? Williams? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Larson Lloyd, no to aye. Thayer, aye to no. Heiner, no to aye. Larson, JT, no to aye. Schmid, no to aye. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 24 aye, 34 no, 4 excused.
Pursuant to House Rule 6-6B, Senate File 32, having failed a roll call vote, is indefinitely postponed. Next bill for our consideration is Senate File 42. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 42, sponsored by Senator Guru. Resort Hotel Liquor Licenses, an act relating to alcoholic beverages. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 6, Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources, to whom is referred Senate File 42 engrossed, Resort Hotel Liquor Licenses, respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Byron, Campbell, Connolly, Harshman, Jarvis, Provenza, Storer, Thayer, Worf. Representative Byron, Chairman.
Chairman Byron.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File number 42 do pass. And I further move the adoption of the Standing Committee 1 to Senate File 42. And with that, I am going to quickly explain to the body what the Standing Committee amendment does, and then I will hand it over at the appropriate time. Folks, the Standing Committee amendment brings back some language that used to be in our bar and liquor statute that requires this establishment that we'll talk about in the bill to have a full-service restaurant. Pretty simple. It's a little unique that we're bringing old language back in, but it's appropriate for this bill, and it solves a problem that we identified in the bill. So with that, I stand for question, ask for a favorable consideration.
Is there any discussion on the amendment? Question having been called, all those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment number 1, say aye. All those opposed? Standing Committee Amendment number 1 has been adopted.
Thank you.
Back on the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. For the explanation of this bill, I'll turn it over to my colleague from Southwest Wyoming.
Madam Chairwoman.
Representative Wiley.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. This is a good little bill. Basically what it's doing, a lot of folks went to work on this little question we had here with the number 2 industry in the state, and it's essentially saying the little guys get a host just like the larger establishments that let you dine and sleep there. So we're going down to 20 beds, and really it's going to deal with these smaller resorts and bed and breakfasts. And good bill. I encourage you to vote aye.
Any discussion on the bill? Question having been called, all those in favor of Chairman Byron's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that Senate File 42 do pass. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Senate File 42 has passed Committee of the Whole. The next bill for consideration is Senate File 48. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 48, sponsored by Revenue, Business Property Exemption, an act relating to taxation and revenue. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 3 Revenue, to whom is referred Senate File 48, Business Property Exemption, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Campbell, Lean, Locke, Lucas, Stivar. Noes, Representatives Brown, Storer, Wharf. Excused, Representative Riggins. Representative Locke, Chairman.
Chairman Locke, what is your pleasure?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with a recommendation that Senate File 48 do pass. And I turn over the description of the bill to the representative from this county.
Representative Lucas.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Pardon me, I am on cold medication. Apparently, it's helping me. So this is not a very difficult bill. It relates to property tax exemption. Pardon me. And on the first $50,000 in fair market value of business property, and that has been changed from $2,400. So it's a significant increase, but it doesn't really come to a whole lot of money. The intent on this is that it'll make it a little bit easier for businesses. It'll certainly make it a lot easier for the Revenue Department with a lot less reporting for nominal amounts of taxation and properties. Has an effective date of January of 2026, and that's to give the department a little bit of time to notify and to get ready for a little bit of changes on that. That's it in a nutshell, and I would entertain any questions.
Any questions on the bill? Minority Floor Leader Yin.
Madam Chairwoman, thank you. So question for folks in the Revenue Committee, because it's an interim bill. I'm curious on what the conversation was like when setting that $50,000 number. I have a little bit more than 50,000. I know, so I guess the question is, how did we figure out where that line should be? And was there talk about even just removing the personal property tax altogether?
Representative Locke, Chairman Locke.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Given and to respond to the previous speaker a little bit, in the interim, as you probably know, this has gone anywhere from 25,000 to 50,000 to much higher. The two things have happened in this bill and happened in the interim. One of them is this bill previously was a de minimis, and most of you know that basically that's one of those deals. So we'll take the 50,000 number as a de minimis. If you have a personal property bill of less than 50,000, you get the break. But if you have 50,000 and one, you get no break. So we actually changed this from the de minimis approach to being a straight exemption. So that's one piece of this bill that was an attempt to make it a little bit more fair, because that de minimis is sort of, I better not use that word, but yeah, I'll use it, wonky. So we felt like this was just a little bit more fair. The second thing was, it makes it a little bit easier on the small businesses. The reporting really hasn't changed, but at the end of the day, if your personal property tax bill is under $50,000, now everybody gets that. And even the big companies, although that really doesn't impact them very much, it still provides up to that 50,000, it still gives them that break. So we felt like this was a little bit more fair. We wanted to raise that limit a little bit and help some of the smaller businesses. That was most of the conversation. We didn't go too high, and you can see the fiscal note on this, I think, is fairly small. It's in the ballpark of about 6 million, 6.5 million maybe when you really look at it. But that was the discussion in the interim. Get rid of the de minimis and then give kind of a small amount that kind of helps some of the smaller business. That was the discussion.
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. That was my question as to how many small businesses this will actually benefit. And as we look at the fiscal note, yes, there's a 6 million, 4 million of that is a direct hit to our school foundation fund. So we've got $4 million. Yep, the first year and 4 million the next. That's 8 million in 2 years to our school foundation fund. So I'm curious as to the number of small businesses that this is going to benefit across the state, and if it actually is worth our school fund taking that big of a hit.
Chairman. I'm trying to see if you're at the mic, Representative Lucas. No. Minority Floor Leader Ian.
Madam Chairwoman, thank you, and thank you to the good Chairman of Revenue. That was very helpful. The second question I had was, if I have business property in separate counties, do I get a $50,000 exemption in each county for the property I have in different counties?
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The question was, is this helpful to small businesses? Having owned several for my entire life, I'd say absolutely. I paid tax on money that I made, and then I paid tax on tools that I bought, and then I pay a tax on those tools forever and ever as long as I keep them in my business. Yeah, it's worth it.
Chairman Locke.
Thank you. And in response to the previous speaker, I don't know the exact number of small businesses that this does help, but I believe it helps a large number, as was previously mentioned. It is my understanding now, this is the way this was attempted to be implemented. It's the fair market value of business property owned by a person, so an entity or a person. But it does say in each county shall be exempt, is how it was attempted to be explained. So hopefully that answered your questions. I am actually on and for this bill. Just wanted to at least make that clear.
Any other discussion? All right, question. I would entertain a question, I guess. Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Locke's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that Senate File 48 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Senate File 48 has passed Committee of the Whole. The next bill for consideration is Senate File 49. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 49, sponsored by Revenue, Tangible Personal Property Index and Depreciation. An act relating to ad valorem taxation. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 3 Revenue, to whom is referred Senate File 49 engrossed, Tangible Personal Property Index and Depreciation, respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Brown, Campbell, Lean, Locke, Lucas, Stivar, Wharf. Noes, Representative Storr, Representative Riggins, excused. Representative Locke, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Chairman Locke.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 49 do pass, and I further move the adoption of the Standing Committee amendment, and I yield the floor to the representative from the county with a 1, and for her explanation of both the Standing Committee amendment as well as the bill. Thank you.
Representative Lean.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I move, did Chairman Locke move the amendment?
He moved the amendment, so go ahead and discuss.
Okay, thank you very much. On the Standing Committee amendment, on page 2, line 6, we're after department. We're going to delete that and then just put in, once the tangible personal property reaches the depreciation floor, the trending factor shall remain constant for the subsequent years until the property is removed from service. And this just gives clarity to the rest of the bill for how long it remains on the depreciation floor. And with that, I'll open for any questions on the amendment.
Are there any questions on the amendment? Question having been called, all those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment number 1, say aye. All those opposed? Standing Committee Amendment number 1 has been adopted. We are back on the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And on the bill today, we have in front of you an act relating to ad valorem tax. It's changing how personal property is being valued. It's going to change it to the use in valuation indexes and depreciation schedules. I passed out a chart, and I hope that you have an opportunity to look at it. It's pretty self-explanatory. It gives you the way currently Wyoming is doing it, and you can see how that trend goes up and up. And then you can see where this bill would project it to be, where it reaches a floor. And this one is on a 15-year life expectancy piece of equipment. There are tables in the Department of Revenue that go from 6 years all the way to 30 years. And so this one was just a happy medium to give you an idea of what that looks like. On that, I'll entertain any questions on this piece of legislation.
Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Just a question on the standing committee amendment we adopted. I don't think that changes the fiscal note much or any. I just was curious on that. And then, so the fiscal note on this, and is, I don't have it in front of me, but it seems like it's 30 plus 32.3 million a year or so. But it'll hit that floor and stay there forever. But I noticed there are amendments to take it to zero that were unsuccessful. What is the floor now currently in the bill? Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Representative Lean.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. In the bill, acquisition value of 20%, so the floor would be 20% of the acquisition value of the machinery or items purchased that are in use.
Chairman Locke.
Thank you. And just to answer the other question, it did not change. That was actually the intent of the original bill and the way the original fiscal note was done. So it did not change that. Really, that verbiage was for clarification. There were numerous groups that felt like, including the department, that felt like that would make it a bit clearer.
Any further discussion? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Locke's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that Senate File 49 do pass. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Senate File 49 has passed Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 81. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 81, sponsored by Agriculture. Tax exemption, property owned by the state, an act relating to taxation and revenue. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 5, Agriculture, State, and Public Lands and Water Resources, to whom is referred Senate File 81 engrossed, tax exemption, property owned by the state, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Davis, Eklund, Johnson, Ottman, Schmid, Strzok, Winter. Noes, Representative Provenza. Representative Winter, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Winter?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Bill number 81 do pass, and I further move the adoption of the Committee of the Whole amendment.
There's no amendment on there. Any discussion on the bill?
I'll let the good representative from the Little Snake River explain it.
Is there a representative from the Snake River that would like to explain the bill? Oh, it's my friend Representative Davis. Please explain the bill to us.
My apologies, my buzzer didn't go off. Senate File 81. This here is really a good little bill. This cleans up some issues that we're having with the grazing leases out there currently. All this bill is doing is putting a 2-year stay out there so that we as a body can determine if grazing falls under taxation, okay? The body as a whole needs to, in the 26th session, define governmental purpose. So once we define governmental purpose, then we'll be able to allow whether we can apply that to grazing lands or the other lands. Currently, all other lands, state lands, will be valued for property taxes other than grazing. All this does is carve out grazing for a 2-year period to allow a study on how this would affect us. Currently, they're estimating maybe $12.5 million worth of property taxes, but being the way the leases are structured out there, would that be the lease that just is currently renewed, or would that be the leases that were renewed earlier? So that's the big discretion period about this, and they're asking for a 2-year to decide what we can do with this. And with that, I'll try and answer any questions.
Minority Floor Leader Yin.
Madam Chairwoman, thank you. So maybe some context. There was a lawsuit last year where the highest court in our land ruled that a gas station in Uintah County that is on a state leased parcel has to pay property taxes. And so because of that, I think this is the bill that came out of Joint Ag to say, let's put a little bit of a pause just on ag leases. I am curious, so question to the Ag Committee folks, what percentage of our state leases are ag-related leases versus non-ag-related leases? And, I have a couple of parcels in my neck of the woods that are state land parcels that have quite expensive leases in there. So we have one that is particularly, it's a new type of lease that just means we're going to pay you money to not do anything on it. Is the state going to have to pay property taxes on that lease?
Representative Davis.
Madam Chair, this is currently only going to address the grazing leases out there. The other lands would be currently valued for property tax, is what I was under the impression of when we heard this, okay? So this deals only with the grazing leases.
Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this topic was actually the #1 topic of your Revenue Committee in the interim, passed a committee bill, which started in the other body, and for some reason it broke a leg and didn't finish. And it was in response to this Supreme Court ruling on the truck stop in Uintah County. And that bill was it included ag land. So frankly, we were a little surprised that the Ag Committee was bringing in this bill as well, because the bill that broke its leg and didn't finish over there, I think it's got a number 6 and a number 8 on it, but you can look it up, search under revenue. And really, I think we ought to use this vehicle and fix the problem. We could solve it right now, and I think so. Maybe a second reading amendments on that. It's bigger than just ag lands. It's really the truck stop. It's other leases that are involved in this. So, in order for the state not to come in and have to pay a bunch of property tax on these, we want to include that. So look for a second reading maybe tomorrow on some amendments. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Davis.
Madam Chair, to address that, the good representative with #1 in my heart there, this is just to grazing because they're not sure how to implement it, okay? And the big thing about this whole discussion is this body or that body, one of these bodies has to come up with a definition that defines governmental purpose. In 1955, there was a resolution from the legislation, and they used that verbiage in there. And it was just by coincidence, we thought all this stuff was governmental purpose until this action that occurred last year. So we have to, as a body, discuss and define what governmental purpose is. Currently, that will be an ongoing discussion, I believe, in revenue. But right now, all this does is carve out the grazing permits because there's a lot of complications in with the grazing, the way the grazing allotments are issued right now. If I renewed last year, would I because under that contract, I don't have to pay property taxes. But if I renew next year, I would have to pay property taxes. So we're trying to get a 2-year stay while we define that governmental purpose in order to address how we will assess the grazing issues on there.
Representative Shustak.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So I'm a little confused as to how the Supreme Court ruling applies, or who's going to be the taxpayer? Does the state pay the taxes to itself, although I guess it goes to the school fund, or does that get passed through somehow to the tenant? Is there, and maybe is that the solution that we really need here rather than exempt taxes? Does it depend on the lease that the particular tenant has? Do the landowners who are the owners of the cattle who are grazing and paying grazing fees, can that tax be passed on to them? Were all those things discussed? And I guess I'm confused as to why is the state having to pay tax to itself?
Representative Davis.
Madam Chairman, that is the big confusion. How do we implement this? Because of the way the grazing leases are currently written, they're written without tax in there. So we have to, what we're doing is buying 2 years to figure out how to implement this, depending on what the bodies define governmental purpose is. You know, is governmental purpose this grazing ground to generate tax revenue for schools? So that's what we're looking for with this bill, is a 2-year, well, basically until, what is it, the 26th there, to come up with a plan in order to implement this one way or the other. And the sideboard's on it, how to do it, so.
Minority Floor Leader Yin.
Madam Chairwoman, thank you. So with the result of the court case, the answer right now is that the owner, just like any other piece of parcel, the owner pays for it. Because the state is the owner, the state is paying the tax. And I believe our chief executive even put it in the supplemental recommendation to recommend $3 million to pay for taxes as a result of that case. In my opinion, I think any purpose that the government puts on a piece of land is a governmental purpose. So it is kind of a bureaucratic inefficiency to pay taxes to its own subdivisions rather than have something like a payment in lieu of taxes. But that's something that we're going to have to define. I think the biggest concern for OSLI, and I assume this is what the discussion was like in joint ag, was that none of the leases contemplated paying taxes. So when the leases were created, there wasn't an assumption that taxes would have to be paid. And so basically none of those leases have any language, which is my understanding, to have the leaseholders pay any taxes. So without that, they don't know what to do quite yet, other than us having to pay the taxes. And so I assume that is why we have this bill as a result, to figure out, to give us a 2-year period for us to figure that out.
Representative Harshman.
I would say ditto to the good minority floor leader. The idea is that the leaseholders pay royalties or rent, and that's the payment. State shouldn't go right pocket to left pocket, paying property tax from one pocket to the other. We can fix this for all state lands, and we should. I don't know about this 2-year deal. We want to fix this now. The court case came down. If not, we're going to have a little bit of craziness going on in our budgets and everything else, and we're going to have to start moving money and paying property tax on all these leases. And I don't think that's the plan. So I think you can look up that bill and just search revenue, and it'll come up. So it started at the other end, and not sure what the debate, I guess I'll have to go back and look, but it was an easy fix and one that was really our first priority because responding to the court case. So as this bill, I think, can be a fix for all of it, not just a 2-year kind of thing to define. We know what state-owned land is, and we can define it as a governmental purpose. And that's what we need to do. We need to make that definition. So on and for the bill. Let's keep her moving. Thank you.
Representative Davis.
Madam Chair, the representative with one there is exactly right. We've got to define what a governmental purpose is in order for us to be able to act upon these grounds. Because currently, because of the Supreme Court ruling, or their ruling over there across the street there, taxes are due. So we have to define that. All this good bill does here is give us a little bit of time to define what it is that we're going to have to do. So with that, I would appreciate an aye vote on this.
Any further discussion? Representative Storr.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think one of the issues is just a question of where we are now seeing residential properties on government lands, such as Game and Fish is building up in the northwest part of the state for their employees. So is that a governmental purpose? Perhaps, but does that also mean that those homes require services from the local county and should be subject to tax? Because they have children, they're going to schools, they use the roads, et cetera, et cetera. So that's kind of the dilemma here. And obviously that is not not a small chunk of change to consider, even with these very modest homes. So on this amendment, I think it makes sense from the purpose of the agricultural use of state lands to exempt them. I think the rest of that, the question for down the road, and I do think that other bill didn't come over. So we may take this up in interim. Thanks.
Representative Wharf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this just for a matter of principle. I guess I took the position this year. I decided that I didn't like all these piecemeal exemptions that are being passed. I know on the Revenue Committee, we've talked about wanting to look at the whole package. And I think this is one of those problems. And I know in part, the lawsuit I think happened to do with something in my neck of the woods. Was a business that was on state lands that, you got a business making money, and our county thought they should get some benefit from that. So I do think we need to look at this, and I would urge a no vote just because I think we need to look at it all at once rather than doing a piece here and a piece there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't really disagree with you, but this issue came out this summer. Have we had time as a body to react to what that ruling was? So what this is doing is giving us time to react to what the issue is. And that's why I would appreciate an aye vote on this.
Representative Lean.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Just for a little clarity, if these taxes are to go through, will they go to the leasee or would they come to the state?
Representative Davis.
Madam Chair, that's the big question. Will the leasee pay it or will the state pay itself? So if the state is required to pay it, then we'll have to allocate funds out of one of our accounts in order to cover the taxes that are due. So that becomes the big dilemma here. If it's the taxpayer, the leasee, that's a breach of contract because it's not in the contract. So there is quite a dilemma that the good court has delivered us down. So all this is doing, once again, is buying us a little bit of time to figure out what and how we can respond to this.
Representative Alaman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Most of the state leases run for 10 years. So if you leased your land last year, you've got a contract at so many dollars for the next 9 years. If your contract comes up next year, it's not going to be fair to you because now you're going to be paying the taxes. And then should this legislature be paying the taxes on this beautiful capital? I don't think state lands ought to be taxed at all. Thank you.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Like we've been hearing, this ruling put ag producers in Wyoming in a bad spot, and this bill gives us some time to get that straightened out. And so I'm on and for this bill.
Representative Davis.
Madam Chair, at that, I would beat this good little bill to death and call for an aye vote.
Horse being beat, no, I'm just going to stop with that joke. Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Winter's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that Senate File 81 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. Senate File 81 is passed committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 149. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 149, sponsored by Senator Pappas. Wildlife Conservation License Plates Amendments, an act relating to motor vehicles. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 6, Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources, to whom is referred Senate File 149, Wildlife Conservation License Plates Amendments. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Byron, Campbell, Connolly, Harshman, Jarvis, Provenza, Storer, Thayer, Wharf. Representative Byron, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Byron?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that House Bill number 149 do pass. And with the explanation of that bill, I hand it over to the co-sponsor from this wonderful city for the explanation.
Chairman Brown.
Thank you. I appreciate the introduction of this bill from our wonderfully wonderful Chairman of Travel and Rec. Ladies and gentlemen, what you've got before you is a pretty simple little bill. It was actually asked for by the commission that, that works in conjunction with this body. And what they decided was when you want to buy one of these wildlife conservation plates, right now you actually have to apply to the state. And you have to make sure that you do that 30 days before you renew your plate. Well, I don't know about you, but I typically get this stinking little card in the mail and I forget all about it. And then I don't think about it. And then when I want to do something with my license plate, I just go down and go pay it or I just do it online and get it done and over with. So what the commission thought was we might see a larger uptick of this if we actually supplied the county treasurers with these plates. And if we actually had these plates sitting inside the county treasurer's office and the availability of the people to buy these plates, pay that renewal fee, and put some money into that account, we might be able to build a few more of these bridges that are so critically needed in our state. So that's exactly what this bill is doing, is it's allowing the county treasurers to house some of these plates in their office, and it allows the department to not have to worry about an application process, which does seem a little silly to me anyways. So that's all that this bill is doing. It was asked for by the commission as a way to try to entice more of these plates being sold. I think it's a good little bill, and I'd ask for an aye vote.
Any discussion? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Byron's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that Senate File 149 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Senate File 149 has passed committee of the whole. The next bill for consideration is Senate Joint 3. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate Joint Resolution 3, sponsored by Senator Nethercott, commemorating Nellie Taylor Ross. A joint resolution commemorating the 100th anniversary of Nellie Taylor Ross. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 6, Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources, to whom was referred Senate Joint Resolution 3, commemorating Nellie Taylor Ross, respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Byron, Campbell, Connolly, Harshman, Jarvis, Provenza, Storer, Thayer, Wharf. Representative Byron, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Byron?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that Senate Joint Resolution 3, do pass. And with the explanation of Senate Joint Resolution 3, I hand it over to my good colleague from the central part of the state where the county is number one in our hearts.
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. This really is just an exceptional, all the feels resolution coming out of our Senate. And it's to really recognize the incredible life that was Nellie Taylor Ross. So many of us know, yes, she served as the first female governor of our state. What few, I think that some misunderstanding or misinformation about her. After her husband was elected in 1922, and then he passed away during his term, it was actually the state party chairman that reached out to her and said, because of your knowledge, because of your experience, because of your depth of understanding of how politics in our state work, we would really like you to run. So she reached out, family and friends tried to dissuade her, and she said, no, this is how I do right by the state. So she ran, and it was because of the party's urging. So she did become our very first female governor on January 5th, 1925. And then what few maybe don't know is that after her retirement I think she ran again and was not successful, but after leaving the governor's office, she was the very first female to ever hold the position as the director of the United States Mint, which is pretty incredible. So she was elected to that position in May 1933 and served for 20 years as director of the United States Mint. So held that position until 1953. So this resolution truly is to mark and commemorate and just pause to give gratitude and thanks to the incredible women who have helped build the state, but especially Nellie Taylor Ross. So it's a really easy, feel good, yeah. This is the stuff that makes trudging through all the other stuff worth it. So absolutely vote yes on this resolution, and I'm going to hand it off to my colleague for an amendment. And it's just a bit of history that we picked up in committee that we want to make sure we get absolutely correct. So I'll hand it off to him to move and explain the amendment.
Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would move committee the whole amendment number 1. Members, so when this resolution came across and was in committee, and of course 100% support the resolution. It's wonderful, and we've got so much history in our state, the equality state, as you look at our great seal. And I encourage all of you, when you come in every morning, our wayfinding committee, you guys who are new here, all these signs like a museum in here, they are new to all of us this year. And I've been telling them, we always come in here and we think we got all this work to do and we're hustling up the house side. But just pause a minute and read a different placard each day. That's what I've been telling myself to do, and I've been doing that. Just incredible. And so I was telling folks on our committee today on the west side in that lower level, gosh, the telegram on Statehood Day when the president signed us and Wyoming joins the indestructible union of states, and then the little scandal on the seal. It's so amazing. And we were literally talking about those same issues 125 years later with the statues, the 4 statues. So I encourage you to stop and read. Okay, so this comes to committee, and Nellie Taylor Ross, and I had a little bill that didn't make it this year for special elections. We used to, our Constitution was set up that all of us, if we vacated our seat, would be filled with a special election. And all the electeds were that way. And over time, we've given that to a party and a nominate and a county commissioner's pick or whatever. Irregardless, we still have 2 offices that are in our statute for special election. That is the governor and the U.S. House of Representatives. Well, back in this time, if you go to page 2, Governor Ross, actually, William Ross dies in office. So if you look at lines 8 through 10, he wasn't running for reelection in 1924 when he died. He was elected in 1922, and he was halfway through his term. And so the amendments states really on lines 9, the state party chairman after Governor William B. Ross died on October 2nd, 1924. And then no changes 12 through 15. Then on the 14th, just less than 2 weeks later, his wife accepts the nomination of the party. And then on line 17, whereas Nellie Taylor Ross won the special election for governor on November 4th, 1924, with 55.12% of the votes. And so that's the amendment to make sure she ran in a special election to fill her husband's 2 remaining years. She ran for re-election again in 1926, was unsuccessful, and then her career later, the longest serving director of the U.S. Mint. She lived to be 100 years old, 101, I believe, and it's incredible history. So I just want to make sure we got that right in this proclamation. And this was one of those that came across the end. It's not blue, so it was perfect. But we found a little discrepancy, so we have to amend it. So thank you, Madam Chairman.
Any discussion on the amendment? Question being called. All those in favor of Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1, please say aye. All those opposed, say no. Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 has been adopted. We're back on the bill. Representative Connolly.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Since we've been working so hard this afternoon and done a lot of really good work, and it's been pretty tense in here, when it comes to this bill or this resolution for Nellie Taylor Ross, one of the things that was left out that I thought I should bring to the body was that she was relied upon by her husband, who consulted her daily on political life. So I just wanted everybody to know that her husband really counted on her. Thank you.
Sounds like probably many of our partners at home. Any more discussion on the bill? Question being called. All those in favor, Chairman Byron's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that Senate Joint Resolution 3 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Senate Joint Resolution 3 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 6. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 6, sponsored by Judiciary, Residential Property, Removal of Unlawful Occupant, an act relating to civil procedure. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 1, Judiciary, to whom is referred Senate File 6, engrossed. Residential Property, Removal of an Unlawful Occupant. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation to pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Brady, Bratton, Chestick, Filer, Kelly, Lean, Singh, Washit, Webb. Representative Washit, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Washit?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, to do so with the recommendation that Senate File 6 do pass, and I further move the adoption of the Standing Committee amendment, and I turn over explanation of the amendment and the bill to the good representative from County 2.
Representative Filer.
Thanks, Madam Chairwoman. Folks, bringing you Senate File 6. And what I'd like to explain about the bill, this is your, as everybody's heard, the squatter bill. So what we have right now in statute is if you all own a piece of property, a house or something like that, and somebody, so you lease it out and you lease it out to this one person, next thing you know, they have 5 or 6 people living there. You know, right now, the repercussion of that is that you have to go through a huge, long process to get these people removed off your property. And also, I like to note too that a lot of these folks that do squat on these private properties, they do a lot of damage. So what this bill does also in that, it creates a felony penalty for folks that do a lot of this damage. But there is, Madam Chairwoman, I would like to move the Standing Committee amendment. Oh, no, it was already moved, wasn't it? I'd like to work on the standing committee amendment number 1. And we'll just get that out of the way right away. Folks, on that committee amendment number 1, it was on page 11, line 19. And our law enforcement kind of helped us with this one too. Line 19, it just pretty much it says, I'll just read the whole thing from line 16. A felony punishable by imprisonment for not more than 10 years or a fine of not more than $10,000 or both if a person is unlawfully detains or occupies or trespass upon. So what we did with the amendment was after detains, we inserted or occupies and remove trespassing. And the reason why we did that, folks, is if you just trespass on a piece of property, it's a totally different statute. It's not like you're squatting. You're not there to, sit in somebody's house and just stay there and not leave. But what it does is it makes sure that, if a young kid's walking through somebody's yard and they step on the flowers, we're not going to charge them with a felony or a $10,000 fine. And it gives that officer some more discretion on what is squatting and what is trespassing. So that's what that amendment does, folks. And I think it's a pretty good, simple, straightforward bill. I think there's been a lot of trouble with this here in our state and other states of people that are illegally on somebody's property and refuse to leave, and we have to go through all these other processes because they say, hey, I live here, and they really don't. So, and I've had it in my own personal, I was actually working on a house. Somebody actually came in and squatted in that property. They do is under construction, but they sat right there in the house, and I had to go through a lot of processes in order to remove this person to get them off my property so I could finish working. So I pretty much had the house condemned is what I had to do almost immediately to get somebody to get them out. Otherwise, we had to go through another huge, long process of evictions and all these other things. So folks, that's pretty much what the bill does. And like I said, it creates a felony statute for somebody that's going in and they're just breaking into your house, they're squatting next to you, they're ripping out all your copper wiring and cost the landowner a lot of money and stuff like that. So I'll stand for any questions. And Madam Chair, if we could just run an amendment first. So I'd move standing committee amendment number 1, Senate File 6, and ask for your favorable consideration. And if there's no questions, I'd ask for the question.
Is there any discussion on the amendment? Question being called on standing committee amendment number 1. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed? Standing committee amendment number 1 has been adopted. We are Representative Chesnick.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I have a committee of the whole amendment that I'd like to present at this time. So I move committee of the whole amendment number 1 to Senate File 6 and ask for favorable consideration. So this bill was worked pretty good during the interim. A lot of discussion, a lot of concern about unintended consequences. There was concerns about was it too broad, and we had a lot of hypotheticals we were throwing out to try and test the limits of what this was trying to accomplish. We had discussions about holdover tenants. We had discussions about realtor giving somebody permission to be on the property, to do something. Lots of hypotheticals, and the answer always came back to, that's not intended to be covered here. What we're intending here is to cover squatters. Right? This is only intended to deal with the problem of people squatting. So one of our witnesses at the hearing made a suggestion, well, if the bill is about squatters, why don't you say so? The word squatters did not appear anywhere in the bill. This is a simple amendment. It's a couple pages, a lot of lines, but it's all really one concept, one change with a ton of conforming amendments. And the change is to change from the language of unauthorized occupants to squatters. And the key to the amendment is on lines 10 through 15, where we define what we mean by a squatter. And then in every other place where we talk about unlawful occupants, we're changing to the word squatter. So it's trying to limit, it's trying to effectuate the original intent of the bill. This is consistent with what we're trying to accomplish in fewer words and more clear language, and that is the only purpose for this amendment. I stand for questions.
Representative Filer.
Thanks, Madam Chairman. Folks, I'd be on and against this. I think you're right. We use the word squatter a lot, but let's be honest, it is an unauthorized person. You own the property, they're unauthorized to be there. They're not on a lease. They're not a family member. They don't live there. It's in our lingo, it's considered a squatter, but it's technically an unauthorized occupant. So I'd be on and against this amendment and for the bill.
Any further discussion? Question being called on committee of the whole amendment number 1. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, say no. Committee of the whole amendment number 1 has failed. We're back on the bill. Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And as I read through the bill really quickly, I don't think this addresses what I'm about to ask, but just want to check with the bringer. I had a constituent reach out to me, and they had some tenants that had a lease for their the house that they were basically renting to them, and that renter stopped paying, and they managed to avoid being issued an eviction notice through various means by the sheriff. And so does this bill address a situation like that, or is that specifically excluded, or is there maybe a potential friendly amendment to address a situation like that? Thanks.
Representative Filer.
Thanks, Madam Chairwoman. I do believe it does address it, because once somebody goes past their lease, they don't re-sign a new lease, and there isn't a new lease that's even signed, or they break their lease. I do believe that there is some laws that, a landlord would have to go through in order to evict them from the home, because technically that is their home at that time. But I think beyond that, if they don't renew a lease or anything, then they probably do become an unauthorized occupant at that time. But, I have no problems looking through it just to make sure. If we need to add an amendment on second reading, that's fine with me.
Representative Lean.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. One thing that we did learn in the committee was that there's a difference between trespass and squatter laws. And so we need to make sure that there is language in the bill for a previous tenant, and that comes back to a civil action. And those people can then go through a trespass law, so the sheriffs have control over that. This one takes care of the squatters, those that show up unintentionally and that do not belong there. They're two different things, but they need both of them in the books. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the bill? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Washet's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that Senate File 6 do pass. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Senate File 6 has passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for consideration is Senate File 13. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 13, sponsored by Education. Reading Assessment and Intervention Amendments. An act relating to reading assessment and intervention. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 4, Education, to whom is referred Senate File 13. Reading Assessment and Intervention Amendments. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Andrew, Bratton, Erickson, Guggenmas, Kelly, Lawley, Singh, Strzok, Williams. Representative Andrew, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Andrew?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 13 do pass, and I further move the adoption of the standing committee amendment. And I turn over the explanation to the good representative.
Representative Strzok.
Thank you, Chairman. So I guess I'll start with the bill and then do the amendments. Is that how this works? Okay. So this bill would authorize use of multiple reading assessment and intervention instruments, eliminate the use of group reading plans and individualized reading
plans and require assessment instruments to be included in a school district's report to the Department of Education. And this bill would also amend the requirements for school and district improvement plans by eliminating the requirement to include the student-teacher ratio, the use of certified tutors, and the use of instrumental facilitators and paraprofessionals. And a lot of this was actually, most of this was brought to us by the Department of Education, which I probably can't say. I always forget what I can and can't say. So anyway, this was just a few changes here. It didn't do a lot, just helped with what we learned in there was really, the basis of all education is reading. And this was just giving them some different tools, better tools, make it easier for some of it to do some assessing. And then with our amendment, I would like, do I move it? I'm sorry, I haven't done this. Yeah, I would like to move amendment. Oh, it's already moved. Okay, so I just talk about it? Thank you. So.
Between the chair and I, so yes, the amendment's been moved, and well, now you can
Okay.
discuss the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. So we were at the request of the department. We were asked to, on page 4, line 3, delete or, and then on page 4, line 4, delete assessment. And then on page 4, line 10, or assessment. So delete those. It was just some extra wording that we really didn't need. And it was so anyway, that was what that amendment was.
Is there any discussion on the standing committee amendment? Question being called on standing committee amendment number 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. Standing committee amendment number 1 has been adopted. We are back on the bill. Representative Strzok? Are there no other? Go to the mic, please. Representative Jarvis.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I move Committee of the Whole Amendment 2 to Senate File 13, and I actually am asking for your unfavorable consideration, and I will explain why. This is some very friendly amendments, but I'm actually asking for there not to be favorable consideration quite yet, because I want to present this information and bring this amendment back to either the third or to the second or third reading. And the reason being is I was able to work with the department that we cannot name, and they are in full support of this, but I want to still be able to work it with the people on both sides and make sure that everybody understands what this is actually doing and how it's helping. And that being said, I'm just going to quickly walk everybody through the amendments so you understand the why behind the rationale for asking for these. And then we'll go from there. But the first amendment, and the other reason that this is coming in so late at the game is because there were 2 more bills that were dealing with reading failure and comprehensive literacy plans that didn't come through. And so the amendments are coming now to just fix some minor issues that we have until the interim committee can really do that work, and which would make this technically null and void following after that work. So the purpose, the amendments being proposed are, first of all, on line 6 on page 2. It shouldn't actually say high risk. It should say for students at risk for reading failure. And the purpose of this is there's been a lot of confusion in the education world with when is a kid at risk and when are they not at risk? And are there these magic numbers? And so a lot of what the comprehensive literacy plans to come deal with are really defining those well. But the identified screeners that the state is currently using all run off of a 3-tier system. And those 3-tier systems are all nationally normed systems and they use terms like low risk, some risk, high risk. And the purpose of that is when you're giving these screeners to children, what it does is it says that all of the kids at a national level should know this information at this point in time. Because these are screeners, because we're still in the process from K-3 of teaching reading, so children are learning to read. And then there's a transition that happens between 3rd grade and 4th grade, which is reading to learn. So there's a fundamental transition there. So these screeners do these little checkpoints of, do the kids are they on track for learning to read at the rate of when and how they should be? They're all nationally normed. And why the some risk, high risk, at risk all matter here is the at risk encompasses all of the students that are some risk and high risk. And part of the problem with that group plan, and the rationale for why we're amending this to begin with, was the group plan was really designed for that some risk group of kids, not the really high risk kids. And what this does when you change the language to at risk, it still includes that interventions need to take place for any child that actually shows up at some risk or high risk. So it encompasses all of them in this specific section to make sure that nobody gets left behind in those interventions. And so then on page 2, line 12, I had originally proposed that, and I'm throwing this out here, it's not in the actual amendment at the moment, but one of the problems that have also come up is the kindergarten at the beginning of the year, putting them on IRPs, on individual reading plans, which are like 4-page documents, and then you meet with the parent and you have to go through this whole process of making sure that those interventions occur, which is a very good thing to happen. The hard part is there's always a lot of confusion in you're intervening after you've taught something. And when they're walking in the door on the very first time in kindergarten, nothing's been taught really yet to intervene on. And so teachers are always in this weird place like, okay, so they're showing high risk, but they're really not because we haven't even started teaching yet. And so it's looking at some language, and I'll bring that forward for everybody and work it through the proper groups before that amendment occurs on you're still intervening immediately, but you're not necessarily putting them on a full 4-page reading intervention plan right out of the gates when they haven't even had the opportunity to learn anything yet. The next piece for the amendment that I just want to bring into attention is page 3, line 7. This is something that the school districts have kind of been able to skirt around, and it's caused mass frustration for parents and for teachers and for administrators, because the language where it says not showing appropriate reading competence, nobody really knows what that is and when to actually put them on an IRP. So I'm suggesting that the change be found to be high risk for reading failure. And the purpose for this specifically is that now there's just a clear delineation for these national normed. If a child, and they use color, elementary teachers really like color coding. They use green, yellow, and red. Green are your kids that are at very low risk for any reading failure. They're on target. Yellow is those kids that are just missing a couple little things. Like these can be kids that you can quickly fix when you screen. They just don't know the short A sound. So but they will screen out in some risk. So you can quickly tell really fast that these kiddos just need a couple little things. Those can be fixed. during small group interventions right there in the classroom at that time. There's no reason to put a child on a 4-page reading plan when there's a couple little things that aren't working well. And so that's why using the high risk, then there's no question. If a kid is at high risk, they need that plan. And the parents need to be involved, and everybody needs to be brought to the table. This removes the ability for the schools to pick and choose where they want, because these screeners that have already been identified clearly identify those. And this also gives the parents a clear understanding of where they're at, and it just fixes that when do we, but why do we, but we shouldn't have to, and all of the frustration that's happening in between. It's just a quick drawn line, and this is when a child truly needs to be on an individual reading plan. The other thing that is happening a lot in classrooms is teachers will pull, special ed teachers and different intervention teachers. When these children are put in this tier 3 level, like that high needs, they'll pull these kids sometimes during the core curriculum. That does a huge injustice to these kids. So in line 10, putting in that language that says does not occur during core, and it really should say literacy or math instructional time. And the purpose is that that's when everybody is getting that core high quality intervention instruction, and nobody should be being pulled for interventions, because then they're actually missing that. So the final, on the last page, page 4, it's just adding on line 13, core curricula. And then on the very last one, on 19, is this report shall also include, it's just changing the language around here, because the way that it's worded right now is that you would actually be using the, and I don't know if I can name the assessment that we use to do that or not. What?
If the assessment is in the bill or the amendment, you can,
It
but
is.
if not, you cannot.
So the statewide assessment that starts with a W, Y, that assessment is actually a summative assessment, and it is not given until the very end of 3rd grade, so really you can't do anything, but it serves its purpose correctly in here for the reporting purposes, because the schools are allowed to pick different interventions. There, we have 5 right now, screeners that they can use, but it makes it so all of the data is the same when you're comparing how all of the schools are doing. So it truly is used correctly in this form as a summative assessment, because it's the end now when you're trying to compare all of the schools together. It's a really good accountability to be used that way. But the way that it's worded, it sounds like it's to be used as an intervention, and that's not the purpose of that assessment. Any questions?
Chairman Andrew.
Thank you. On and I guess to get against, I think maybe that's what we're trying to do now, but this was a committee bill. We had this yesterday in our standing committee, and the department didn't ask for any of this. So I mean, I think there's always room to improve a bill. I'm just not sure why we're using this form to do it. So I will work on this with the good bringer. But please vote no for now. Thank you.
Representative Struck? Representative Lawley?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. On and against, I guess it's an amendment, but what I want to say is that in there somewhere was suggestions about what would be done in the interim. We haven't even finished putting in interim topics. There's a whole process involved that we don't have any assurance. This was actually something that worked the entire last interim. So, and this is what the department asked for. Appreciate the information about the bringer of the amendment's thoughts on this issue, but it really isn't related to what the department has asked us to do and asked us to do during the interim. So again, on and against.
Representative Harshman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I understand the bringer of the amendment is going to withdraw it here shortly, but I think the department actually doesn't teach any kids. And we're the body that sets policy. This K through 3 reading bill that these amendments are to, we passed that bill like 5 years ago, that piece of statute. And so I think these ideas that are in this actually work on the ground. I just think keep an open mind. I mean, if we all came in and said, oh, this is a committee bill, it's perfect. You know, I mean, we just had a thing on Nellie Taylor Ross, had the dates wrong. I mean, we want to keep working on this stuff. That's the process. It's bicameralism at work. And but I think there are some good ideas on this that will make this bill actually a little better and work better for our kids. So anyway, look forward to the discussion on second reading. Thank you.
Representative Jarvis.
Thank you, Chairwoman. So just to reiterate, when the bill failed over on the other side yesterday that was coming in that would have been the replacement for this, this is why this amendment came this late in the game. It was to clean up for the next should work happen or should work not happen. A lot of clarity around when and when not to do it. And I will ask, because I don't believe as a committee of the whole I can withdraw it, so I'm going to ask for your no vote on this.
Representative Jarvis, you can withdraw that amendment.
Oh, I can? Okay, then I'm going to withdraw this amendment.
We are back on the bill. Representative Schrock.
Thank you, Chairman. I just appreciate an eye on this and get it through, and thank you.
Question having been called, all those in favor of Chairman Andrews' motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that Senate File 13 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Senate File 13 has passed committee of the whole. Representative Harshman, I hear you have a privilege.
Privilege of the floor.
Go for it.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Okay, so you see these beautiful murals. It was a man in Denver, Alan Tupper True. The state commissioned him to paint these. He painted many murals around the West and particularly Colorado and Wyoming. But we have a distant relative of his, one from my town. He's actually a constituent of mine. That's the #1 county on your license plates and #1 in your heart. And so I'd welcome in our South Gallery a constituent from Castro, Mr. Kyle True, a distant relative of our artist of the house, Alan Tupper True. And Madam Chairwoman, I would add that his boys have been pretty nice football players as well. And so appreciate you joining us. His father also served as president of the Senate. So when you're looking at all those guys on the wall, you'll see them. So a long history of service with the True family in the state of Wyoming. So thanks for being here today.
Thank you, Representative Harshman, and thank you for being here. All right, the next bill for our consideration is Senate File 40. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 40, sponsored by Appropriations, Zoning Protest Petition Amendments, an act relating to cities and towns. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred Senate File 40 engrossed, Zoning Protest Petition Amendments, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Allemand, Angelos, Bear, Haroldson, Pendergraft. Noes, Representative Sherwood. Excused, Representative Smith. Representative Bear, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Bear?
Madam Chairman, I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 40 do pass, and I further move the adoption of the Standing Committee Amendment. I'll explain the amendment, and then I'll turn the explanation of the bill over to the good representative from this county. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill has to do with zoning protest petition amendments. During testimony in the committee, we found that the idea of the bill is to put some limits on how these protests are done, because they're really creating restrictions on developers' ability to raise money, get the project set up, get it done without the fear of someone coming along after they've got well into the project and having it come undone. So we just put some sideboards on how these protests are done. We still want to allow people to protest in case they didn't get notified well enough during the original process of rezoning. But we want them to be able to conduct that protest. At the same time, we want to give some assurance to developers that have they gone through the process, there's a good chance they're going to be able to complete the project. And this came out of our task force on regulatory reduction. And so this was their idea to try to help developers developing housing. And so that's where this comes from. I'll get into the amendment now. So one of the things that the committee determined was that some of the sideboards needed a little bit of adjusting. So you can see on this amendment on page 2, line 6, we changed the 2/3 vote of the governing body to deny this protest down to a simple majority. What we found is that sometimes these governing bodies, they don't have everybody there when they go to vote, and it takes the 2/3 of those elected. And so it becomes pretty cumbersome, and a lot of times these motions will go through and stop construction or development. So we made it a small adjustment there. Also, we heard a great deal of testimony
Madam Chairwoman, point of order.
What is your point, Minority Floor Leader Ian?
Madam Chairwoman, I'd like to call a Rules Committee on germaneness to the amendment.
Rules Committee being called up at the front. All right, body. So Rules Committee met. I am going, as the chair, I'm going to rule that this amendment is not germane to the bill. And the body can object to my ruling if they so choose.
Madam Chairman?
Chairman Bear.
Madam Chairman, I object to the ruling of the chair.
So this is a debatable motion, an objection. So members, if you would like to discuss why you find the amendment to the bill germane or ingermane, then please go to the mic. I believe it's committee of the whole rules, so you do not need a first for a second. Representative Alman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. What was the vote?
Doesn't matter. I am the chair and I'm ruling that it is not germane. Chairman Bear.
Madam Chairman, if I may, I would just like to describe, why I believe this is germane. So we're talking about protests, we're talking about zoning, and we're talking about regulations that a governing body who does zoning is putting on individual developers. The purpose of the bill was to allow developers to have more freedom and more liberty to get their job done. The hope was that we could get more housing in this state for the workers that we're trying to take care of.
Madam Chairwoman, point of order.
Representative Yin, what's your point?
We should be talking specifically on the germaneness to the amendment, not the pros, merits, or demerits of any amendment or the bill itself, just the context of the germaneness of the amendment.
Sustained. Chairman Baird, make sure we're staying on the amendment or the germaneness, I'm sorry.
So thank you, Madam Chairman. The discussion in the Rules Committee was simply this, and it had a majority in favor of this being germane. And it simply has to do with the title of the bill, which is an act relating to cities and towns. There was comments about the fact that following on to that main title is some specificity. Sorry, little tongue-tied today. Anyway, this amendment brings in additional specific arguments, and that is prohibiting a governing body from imposing fees or conditions on residential or commercial development as specified. So it was germane to the towns and cities, and it's even more germane once we change the title to include this particular subject matter. So with that, I would ask for an aye vote to sustain my objection.
Chairman Rodriguez-Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I agree with the good representative statements that just spoke. And I would just add that body the vote was 7-2 in favor of it being germane. And I would just cite section 402 out of Mason's. Specifically, number 3, to be germane, the amendment is required only to relate to the same subject. It may entirely change the effect of or be in conflict with the spirit of the original motion or proposal and still be germane to the subject. Body, and I encourage an aye vote.
Minority Floor Leader Yin.
Madam Chairwoman, and remember this is first and seconds, I believe. We're in committee of the whole. Yeah, we're in committee of the whole, so I guess it is unlimited debate. Okay, so members, we're talking about whether something is germane or not. And I want to remind members, within the first week, we set a precedence on what is or isn't germane. I brought an amendment that I argued was germane to the bill. It had to do with voter registration and the citizen requirement of a voter registration, a residency requirement. I argued that my amendment was germane and it had to do with existing voter registrations. The body ruled it wasn't germane. If if checking voter registrations for existing voters is not germane, I don't understand how we can talk about something that has nothing to do with the protest petition process when we're talking about amending. So if we look on page line 1 and line 2 of the bill, we're talking about amending the zoning protest process as specified. The language being inserted in the amendment on lines 12 to 20 have nothing to do with the zoning protest process. To say that because the title makes it wide open to anything related to cities and towns is totally against the germane ruling that we made as a body in the first week, because then my amendment should be germane. It had to do with the same exact title, Title 22. It was ruled not germane because of the other language, because that's the actual proposal of the bill. The proposal of the bill is to amend the zoning protest process as specified. If we say that that is no longer the proposal of the bill, that the proposal of the bill is actually anything that has to do with cities and towns, then we're opening every bill up to any amendment that has to do within that entire title. Because if you look at this language, it has nothing to do with the section. So the section heading is regulations, protests, make changes, ineffective, exception, hearing, and notice. It has nothing to do with that chapter. The only thing it has to do with is possibly the title. It doesn't belong in 603 at all, but we're jamming it in here to argue that it's germane. I would argue that it's not, and if you would like to be consistent with the language that you've set precedence on in the first week, I would ask you to sustain the ruling of the chairman and reject the objection to the chairwoman and vote down the objection. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd ask you to vote aye on the objection. I would remind the body that twice now we've had a bill on property taxes, and the Rules Committee took a rather loose interpretation and said anything to do with taxation is fair, and we turned that into a discussion on sales taxes. This one talks about cities and towns, and it talks about a governing body and the system that is in place for resisting City Hall, frankly. I think we have to be consistent. If we're going to take a rather broad interpretation on the property tax, sales tax issue, I think we need to take that same broad interpretation here.
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would just reiterate what was just stated. You know, we have made it now a habit of taking a very broad approach. Twice, we had bills that had to do with property taxes, and sales tax amendments were brought to the property tax bill. That is not unlike what you're seeing in this amendment. Please vote aye.
Representative Chestik.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So I would echo the comments of the good minority leader. Every bill that comes before us, every one, has, as the title begins with, an act relating to something broad. It's some very wide open topic. If we say that anything relating to that broad topic is now germane, the whole germaneness argument is pointless, because everything is germane to in a very broad way. So the broad language, an act relating to, is always followed by some additional information that limits the breadth. And that's what we have to look at when we look at a germaneness issue. Is it germane to the more limited language here? And in this case, it's the purpose of this bill is not to modify cities and towns generally. The purpose of this bill is to amend the zoning protest process. That's what we're looking at here. That's what so anything that relates to amending the zoning protest process is germane. Nothing else is. When we try and sneak something else in the back door and say, well, we've added some new specifics in this amendment, you're changing the purpose of the bill. You're adding a different topic, a different subject to the bill. And you can't, so I am very strongly in favor of saying that this is not germane and therefore urge a no vote on the objection.
Representative Storr.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Just an observation, this, as said before, this bill deals with protests, and this amendment deals with the powers of a governing body. You won't find any discussion of that in this section of law that is being amended. It exists elsewhere, but that's not what the amendment didn't try to amend that part of our statutes. So I think it's clearly not germane to the bill that we have at hand. Thank you.
Representative Stivar.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I was off the floor. Could you tell us how the Rules Committee voted? Germane, not germane? Can you give us some numbers and how the Rules Committee voted?
Representative Stivar, as I've stated before, it doesn't matter. I am the chair, and I have made a decision. Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So in our Mason's book, which is where we really refer to when we're trying to deal with germaneness, in section 402, which is on page 284 of the 2020 version, item 3 under germaneness, it says, to be germane, the amendment is required only to relate to the same subject. It may entirely change the effect of or be in conflict with the spirit of the original motion or proposal and still be germane to the subject. Again, the point of order was about germaneness. That definition says that we're within germaneness. The Rules Committee ruled in favor of germaneness. The chair has ruled against that and said it's not germane, and I have protested that, so we're about to vote on my motion to overrule the chair. Please vote aye.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think on matter of germaneness, if you look at the bill was intended from the regulatory task force, as I listened to him debate that before it was brought to the Appropriations Committee, was to help cities. It was designed to give support to cities who sometimes have property owners that come in and impose and create problems in rezoning and in housing zoning issues. And so the intent of the bill was to give the city more ability to address these issues. This amendment goes just the opposite. It comes in not to support cities.
What is your point, Chairman Bear?
Madam Chairman, you have already pointed out that we're not talking about the amendment. We're talking about the germaneness of the amendment, which is the point of order originally called on, and that's what the debate is about.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and that's what I'm trying to point out is here's what the bill does, here's what the amendment does, and why it's not germane.
Please continue.
So the amendment, Madam Chairman, comes in and puts restrictions not in support of the city, but regulates in opposition of the city. I clearly don't see where it's germane to the intent of the original bill, and I would encourage a no vote.
Speaker Nyman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Body, in order to be consistent with what we did in this very House yesterday in regards to taxation, the word taxation was used in the title of the bill. It was a bill in regards to property taxation. The challenge was made is that we were going to change it to sales taxes, a very different form of taxation, but still taxation. That is what we're deciding on here. To be consistent with the decision that we made yesterday, this should be ruled as germane. So on and against, or on in support of the objection.
Representative Yin.
Madam Chairwoman, thank you. So members, if we rule this amendment germane, and I bring an amendment, so we had a bill that died that had to do with restricting cities and towns, or allowing cities and towns to set their own speed limit. If I bring an amendment to this bill that says cities and towns can set their speed limit to 55 miles per hour, would you believe that's germane? Because if you believe that this is germane, then you should believe that that's germane. And that's saying we could write anything about cities and towns in this bill. So, I mean, that really creates a system of governance in this body where we would be able to have any bill talk about anything within the entire title. The reason that we have the germaneness rule at all is to make sure that we debate a single proposal. What this does is allow for multiple proposals within the same bill. Then we do the same thing that the federal government does, which is have an omnibus bill for every single bill that does 200 billion different things. Do you want me to put a speed limit? Because I think that bill was, that speed limit bill, I think it deserves a second chance. So I think I might bring it back and I put it in this bill. Or any other cities and towns bill. I think that there was a housing proposal that I think that was relevant, that was in a committee bill that died. I think I'll put it in this bill in second reading amendment too. If you open the door, we set a really tight door, and then we let it open again, and now you're saying you want to like tear the door down. I don't know if that's really what you want to do. Body, vote no.
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. First of all, we have a constitutional restriction to single subject. And we've determined in our Rules Committee, now we're going to vote as a body to determine, is this a single subject? So we're not going to open too many doors. We have a constitutional restriction. But as the good speaker said earlier, and prior to him, the gentleman from the middle of the state stated that one part of, he thinks that this is going the opposite direction, that the bill itself is not constricting, but opening up constrictions on the governing bodies, and this amendment is constricting. I disagree. I think both are constricting. But yesterday, we had a tax increase being amended into a tax decrease. If that's not going in opposite directions, I don't know what is. So again, if we're going to be consistent, we have to allow that flexibility. And I think Mason's rules, which is the governing document for this discussion, is pretty clear that we're within those guidelines. On an aye for the motion.
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Germaneness is a very subjective determination. And one of the reasons it's there is to think about, is it germane? And it can, we can have different ideas about that across this room. But Mason's itself has 6 different explanations of germaneness, again, evidence of how subjective it is. And I think I will point this out to the body, that voting that this is germane is not the same as voting in favor or against the amendment. This is simply, should it be allowed? Is it germane? My view is, under the Masons, there's about 3 of them that I think it falls under as germane, under this sort of subjective idea of what is germane. Now, when we are getting into a second step of intent of different committees and things, we've even gone further down that road of subjectivity. So again, vote your conscience, but I believe that Masons gives some pretty good direction. Thank you.
Representative Filer.
Thanks, Madam Chair. On the germane of this amendment, folks, let me give you a kind of an analogy. I do this for a living. I build stuff. Everybody here knows that, right? So when I look at this, bill, it is definitely way different than this amendment. These are two separate items, folks. And I've been doing this for almost 30 years of my life. This bill and this amendment are two 100% opposite things. Now, do I agree with the amendment? Most likely, yes. I understand what it does. Does it belong in this statute with this? Because what the bill does actually, I guess, I don't know if I'm allowed to talk on that, am I? What the bill does, so I guess we can get into that later. But these are two different, totally different ideas here. One is pretty much allowing the towns or the cities to change some of their regulations on protest, where this would probably pretty much change statute on how they govern, if that makes sense. So this is governing a governing body assessing fees or whatever it might be, where protesting a petition protest is just way different. And I do this, again, folks, I do this for a living. Nothing against the bringer of the amendment at all. I totally understand it. But honestly, this should be its own bill, to be honest. This needs to actually go in its own statute, in the correct statute, not into a petition protest, folks. So I'd vote your conscience, but you know how I'm voting.
Representative Chesek.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So the good bringer of the amendment has cited Rule 4026 from Mason's Manual. However, an amendment may still be in conflict with the spirit of the original proposal and still be germane. Spirit is not the same thing as subject. You can't change the subject. You can change the spirit of it. And he also used the example of a bill that we challenged, a tax bill that went from a tax increase to a tax decrease. Yeah, that's germane because that's the same, it's in conflict with the spirit, but it is the same subject. Taxes go up, taxes go down is a subject. Whether they go up or down is the same subject. You can reverse a bill on an amendment and it will be germane. You can't change the subject. This changes the subject. No on the, I urge a no vote on the objection.
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So, again, cities and towns, that's what the subject is. We're well within that. You know, we do these kind of things all the time as a body, make these decisions. I hope you'll make a good decision here. We've been down this path before. Let's be consistent. Vote aye.
Representative Storr.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Once again, a very big difference here is the fact that the protest is about a zoning regulation. This amendment is not about a zoning regulation. This amendment is about a mitigation fee. You do that during the building phase. You don't do that in the zoning process. These are two different subject matters. On and against. Thank you.
Representative Geringer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I guess the way I look at this is the representative from the county of Washakie, I think I can say the county name, was helpful. I appreciate the reference to how it is kind of a subjective kind of thing. One thing that occurred to me though is that we're relying on the catch title to talk about what the subject matter is. And so in this particular bill, it does say an act relating to cities and towns. That is pretty broad. So I compared that to, I just pulled a bill that we considered today in Transportation Committee, and I looked at that one. And that actually says it's the title is non-citizen driver's license and ID card revisions. And then when we go into the description, it says an act relating, this is not the one I wanted to pull, an act relating to motor vehicles. So I guess what I'm trying to say is if we have a problem with what the description is telling us to consider, then maybe we need to tighten what that description is. And so if we're not wanting to take on cities and towns, then we should not include that as the beginning with a semicolon in back of it that calls it out as a separate subject. So for example, I could see this title, if you wanted to restrict it to just that zoning protest, then I would say an act amending the zoning protest in cities and towns. That calls out the lead subject. And so I guess if we have a problem with how it's being interpreted here, because of the wide variation, the subjectiveness of germaneness, then maybe we need to look at how we're defining these things in how the bill is described. So while I don't think that it really kind of goes a little bit far afield, this particular amendment, I do think it probably does fit within the germaneness. So that being said, if you have a problem with including this in discussion, then vote no on the amendment. It's that simple. But I think it should apply. I think because of the broadness of germaneness, I think we should still be able to discuss this bill, given the description that we've got in the bill itself.
Chairman Bear, are you at the mic? Go for it.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm going to keep trying that specificity word on you guys until I get it right. Got it, nailed it. All right, so the specificity in this particular amendment is added after the colon that was just mentioned by the previous speaker. We are within cities and towns. Then we have the colon. We're not going to remove a colon. That's very painful. But we're here. So now we're adding specificity with this new amendment. So we've got two specific things. We've got the protest and we've got this mitigation issue, all within the title, all within the subject. On and for the motion, please vote aye.
Representative Filer.
Thanks, Madam Chairwoman. I kind of want to push back from my colleague from my county. You're absolutely correct. It does say an act relating to cities and towns, amending, but here's the part, folks. Amending the zoning protest process as specified. That's the bill. The amendment, this is why it's not germane. The amendment wants to add to what the actual bill, the act of the bill is doing. So we're adding to it to make this germane. That's what we're doing here. So, and it's all on one amendment, right? So maybe if we wanted to change the act, that might have been an amendment, and then maybe we could have added that in and then it could have been germane, but it's not. The amendment itself is what's trying to make it germane, but it's not germane to this bill or this act at all. And it's two, folks, I'm not gonna say it again, it is two way different things when it comes to this. And like I said, I kind of agree with this. I just don't think it's in the right spot. I don't think this is germane to this bill. And I think the regulatory task force did a lot of good work to this, to get it to this point. We made it even better. Folks, this is just adding more, adding pretty much a law into a law that doesn't belong in that law. That's what this is doing. It's not germane, folks. Thanks.
Representative Yin.
Madam Chairwoman, thank you. Members, pick up any bill within hand's reach of you, any of them, any bill within hand's reach. Read the first thing before the semicolon. That's not the actual proposal of whatever bill you're holding. It's relating to that because that's the title. So this is how LSO writes our bills. The title the title of our green books that we are editing is always going to be that first part before the semicolon. So this one edits Title 15, which is our cities and towns title. So it is an act relating to cities and towns. The actual proposal of any bill you have is after that first semicolon. So your bill, it's an act relating to whatever title it's editing, but the actual proposal of the bill is right after that first semicolon. So if I have the license requirement bill, right, that has to do with the title that has to do with the Department of Transportation. Of course it relates to the Department of the Highway Department, because it's within that title. But the real proposal is about driver licenses, not about the highway. It's about the license itself. That's what the proposal is. So this is how all of our bills are written. Again, if you want a bill, an amendment to be germane or not, and you say that anything within that title, then a driver license bill can contain something about hauling petroleum fuel on the highway. You can jam that into it and say it's the same, it's germane. That doesn't make any sense, members.
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Yes, for me, that the question of whether it's germane to the subject, right? Is the amendment germane to the subject? So when I look at this bill to determine what the subject is, the first line, right under Senate file number SF0040, the subject of this bill, zoning protest petition amendments. That is the subject of this bill. That's what it's about. So in my mind, the amendment has nothing to do with that subject. So against the objection and in favor of the chair's ruling.
Representative Gallagher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I grabbed the bill I really wanted to grab here. So on this particular bill, it's the unpaved road speed limits. Okay? So it's an act relating to speed limits. It's not an act relating to motorized vehicles, which is the title of the statute. It is specifically dealing with speed limits. So that even could still be interpreted as broad. And yes, you could be dealing with other speed limits in that. In fact, I'll leave it at that. The other point I wanted to make was because we are talking about germaneness. Germaneness is, because of the broad definitions of germaneness, we're not talking about how good this fits, if this should be in this bill for passage. Let me take a step back. The germaneness to me means that we need to decide as a body whether or not we want to discuss this topic because it is too far afield or not. It's not about how the mechanics of the bill itself. So I would remind you, if you don't like the way that reads, that you don't like that this is included in this bill, you can still deal with it on your vote for that amendment. I think we should consider the amendment.
Question being called. Again, if you vote aye, you vote with the bringer of the objection and you vote the amendment is germane. So you're overruling the chair with an aye vote. If you vote no, you are siding with the chair and voting it is not germane to the bill. Clear? All those in favor of the motion to overrule the chair? It was roll call. Never mind, I was going to do voice vote. Okay. Okay, that's voice vote. All those in favor of the bringer of the objection, please vote aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. The chair has been overruled. We are back on the bill, or the amendment.
Madam Chairman? May I
Chairman
proceed?
Bear, sorry about that.
That's all right. I'll proceed. So reading the amendment now, hopefully most of you have had an opportunity so we can quickly get into a vote. No governing body shall impose a monetary fee, non-monetary condition, or other concession on residential or commercial development related to the provision of workforce housing, unmet housing needs, or affordable housing within the jurisdiction of the governing body unless the Wyoming Constitution or other state law expressly provides authority for the imposition of the fee, condition, or concession. And with that, I'll ask for your favorable consideration of the amendment.
Is there any discussion on the amendment? Representative Filer.
Madam Chair, I'd like to provide the amendment.
What is your division?
My division be, Division 1 would be lines 8 through 11. And Division 2 would be lines 1 through 7 and 12 through 25.
I rule that as divisible.
And Madam Chairwoman, I think I'd like to work on Division 1 first.
So to clarify, that's lines 8 through 11.
Yes, that'd be lines 8 through 11, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
And, I think on that, folks, I think we did on that division or on that part of the bill, I think that did strengthen the bill quite a bit. So I'd be in favor of the 8 through 11. Just call for a question if nobody has any.
Chair, okay, question being called on Division 1. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The Division 1 has been adopted. Representative Filer, Division 2.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Division 2, I think, folks, I think we just discussed this, whether something's germane to it or it's not germane to it. I personally do understand the amendment. I understand the bringer of the amendment. I understand the issue of why the amendment's here, and I agree with it wholeheartedly. I agree with this amendment. Folks, I just wish we could find the right statute to put it in and not put it in. I'll be honest, and yesterday in the committee meeting when this happened, this amendment was brought to the committee meeting, and myself and the other bringer were not asked about this amendment at all during their workings of the bill, till at least give them some information prior to voting on this amendment. So this amendment just came right out of committee. It wasn't conversated with us as far as in the committee meeting so that we could discuss it and probably make this better and this bill a lot better. Also, folks, I do believe there's your municipalities, your cities, they want this bill, not this amendment. But they do want this bill because we are holding up so much progress right now when it comes to affordable housing. Me as a developer, if I want to purchase some property and I want to build some affordable housing or whatever the development might be, this is one of the things that gets in the way. They go through a huge process when you change zoning. You go through this big process of you got to go out to the public, you got to send letters out, they get to come in, they get to yell at you in a city council meeting or a planning meeting or whatever it might be. But you fight your way through in order till you get to where you get your permit. And I know for some odd reason I keep talking about permits, right? But once we get to that permit phase, we've gone through all this public testimony. And most of the time, the public has 5 to 6 different times they get to actually go in and speak against a project or against the zoning. But now, all we want to do to help things out and help some of our developers out and some of our builders out.
Point of order.
I'm talking on the amendment.
What is your point, Chairman Bear?
The discussion now is turned to the bill itself. We have really a specific amendment here, which we've discussed being, some people feel like it's not germane, but it's very different from the process of getting a permit, which is what is being discussed by the divider.
We have not voted on the amendment, so we can still discuss the amendment and reasons why people agree or disagree with putting it into the bill.
Madam Chairman.
Representative Filer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I totally understand, like I said, I understand this part, but this has nothing to do with a petition protest, folks. Nothing. This has to do with a totally other process that a municipality can do. Or maybe we should regulate to the point where they can't do this, because I agree wholeheartedly. But this has nothing to do with a petition protest. A petition protest, folks, takes a certain amount of folks within an adjacent property area. It has nothing to do with the government body imposing a monetary fee or a condition to a developer. It has nothing to do with that. Zero. And I would hope, I hope this body would listen to some of the experts, right? The people that do this for a living. That I have to deal with my municipalities, I deal with my counties all the time. And I understand what a petition protest does. And I also understand what this does too, because I would hate to have my municipality impose a fee and make it, and charge me so that they could put money into a pot in order to build affordable housing. I totally get that. And I wouldn't want that to happen to me because I believe in the free market. But there's two totally different things, guys. Two totally different things. And we could get up and say, no, it's not. No, it's not. Yes, it is. On the record right now, the whole world can hear me. Two totally different things. There's not a contractor, not a developer in the world that would say any different. On or against the amendment?
Buddy, there's a little bit of chatter. I would like you to take your discussions off the floor. Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I am so glad we're done debating the germaneness, so let's move the conversation on. Previous speaker, the divider, said we should regulate so that they can't do this. We've determined as a body that this is germane and belongs as a debatable item to amend into the bill. Now we're debating on whether this should be put into the bill. And the divider just said he thinks it's a good idea. On and for the amendment. Division 2.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to point out to my friend off to the side here, I've been a contractor for well over 30 years myself. I'm dealing right now, in fact, I spent about 35 minutes at lunchtime on the phone with a very similar dispute in my county. I have a meeting coming up this evening on another similar dispute in my county. There's an old expression that says you can't fight City Hall. And what this comes down to is this dispute process, this push and pull between the developer and the one that is resisting the development. And at times, frankly, cities and counties don't play fair. And so what this does is it puts guardrails up and says we're going to play fairly. It's all in line, it's all in the same concept of this dynamic of, do we change this? Do we change that? How does that affect people who have lived there all their lives? How does that affect a developer who's out trying to change things? There's a dynamic, there are forces go in both directions. Not only do I think this is germane, I think it's right down the line of things that I'm working with, because like I said, I'm working with 2 or 3 other cases right now today. So I would definitely an aye on this amendment.
Minority Floor Leader Yin.
Madam Chairwoman, thank you. So members, it's pretty customary that during the discussion of the Standing Committee amendment, we would also present the bill. I think it's very important for you to understand the context of the bill, where it came from, for us to debate the amendment. Members, this bill came from the Regulatory Reduction Task Force. It was one of the few bills that made it out of that task force. It was a pretty strong gauntlet where we didn't want to add new regulations, but we actually wanted to reduce regulations. And so this is one of the bills that did this. So what the zoning protest process is one where a citizen within an area that has a zoning regulation district boundary change, any change essentially, within 300 feet, which is what the bill is currently set at, would have the ability to get a petition members of their other landowners within that area, and then take that petition to the city council and say, I want a higher threshold because I have this many people on me. So I want a higher voting threshold. So the petition process would require them to get a certain amount. So we see in the bill, it's talking about 33% or more of the owners. And it originally it forced a 3/4 vote of the governing body. So in this city that we're in, it would have required, if someone successfully got a protest petition completed, it would have required 8 out of 10 of their city councilors to vote in favor of the change. Developers came to us and said, this is increasing our costs, increasing our uncertainty, making it harder for us to build housing. The task force agreed this is something that we need to tighten up. I actually wanted to go further. I wanted to repeal this process altogether. I think any uncertainty makes it much harder for developers. And so we had this bill drafted. It went through the Senate. They made a couple of tweaks to it. They aligned the radius with the notice radius that we have for changes. So the notice radius is 300 right now. And so they aligned this protest petition process to have that 300. And so we have this tightening of the protest petition process. We actually tighten it even a little bit more. We say who can demonstrate a concrete and particularized harm. And so that even tightens the number of people who can even sign the process. Great bill, love the bill. I want it to pass through. I want to make it so people can develop. Then we come to the committee, the Appropriations Committee that heard the bill in this House. They debate the bill. They hear one angry person that came from my neck of the woods that says they're angry about the fairgrounds. Okay, it's okay to be angry about the fairgrounds, but it literally had nothing to do with the protest petition process. And suddenly, the good chairman, while everyone else who has testified, literally everyone who has testified, developers, towns, businesses, they all said, pass the bill. Even repeal the whole protest petition process. That'd be great. When it came to work the bill was moved. There was an amendment that the good chairman brought to the committee, and it was just adopted wholesale. No one had the language before the meeting from the public. There was no debate in the public of what the amendment had. It was just adopted. So I want to say to you that this standing committee amendment, this division, has had no debate in the public sphere. None. And we're in the second House. So it will get no debate in the public sphere as written. And so, members, I would urge you to say, if you want this, fine. We actually had a bill about this specific topic. It ended up dying. It didn't make it to the floor, but they didn't debate this amendment, right? This language that we got here. So members, I'd urge you to vote no on that just for that alone. This is a good bill. I want to pass the bill. I don't want to muddy it. This would muddy it a lot. We could help housing with this bill, but this amendment actually hurts developers and hurts housing. And so I would urge you to vote against the amendment.
Representative Thayer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So again, this bill, we are making a law for our local governments to follow. We're creating a process. So the bill is a process, and the amendment is an action. We are trying to create a tool for our local planning and zoning to do things better for our communities. I'm not opposed, again, to this amendment as a standalone. This would be great to use in our local governments. But I think, again, we're crossing over. This is a process. This is an action. They are asking for a cleaner process. So on and against the Division 2.
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I want to set the record straight here, folks. You've heard from both the divider and the minority floor leader that no one has seen this language. Whether or not the divider shared it with the minority floor leader, I shared it with the divider before we went into committee. So to say that this language wasn't available, he received an email, had this information, told him verbally I was going to do it. There was no surprises there. Did the committee discuss it? Yes. And there was a vote on this amendment. So it has been in the public square before. and it is again today. So I would expect the committee that created this bill originally, that one which is called the Regulatory Reduction Task Force, to appreciate this amendment. Because what is this amendment doing? It is putting restrictions on a governing body from being able to add more regulation and more restrictions on the ability to develop. That's what their task was. That's what this amendment does. The good minority floor leader brought up the comment that he'd like to repeal this. Well, we have an amendment coming, and we'll debate that. But really what we're talking about here in this amendment, folks, is eminent domain. We have a taking here. We have a subdivision of this state, and it's not just one, folks. This isn't just in one part of the state. This is happening elsewhere, where we are taking from property owners and saying, we have a problem in our community, and you're going to help us fix it because you want to do something with your property. That's what this amendment is about. And that's why everybody agrees with the amendment. Every speaker says it's a good idea. So folks, let's just pass the amendment and get on with the bill.
Representative Storr.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So just a little bit of a lesson in land use from the northwest part of the state. So we have a lot of folks that want to build things in the place I live. They come in with big ideas and big ideas like big hotels. So those developments have an impact on the community. They have an impact because they create jobs. Those jobs need people to fill them. Those people need some place to live. And as a result, my county looks at those things and recognizes that there is a cost to building those things, right? That means more commuters or more people living in our community where land is scarce, right? So this is not a taking. What happens is we also have like the biggest development in the history of the county before the county. And I will say this bill does not apply to counties since we've all decided it is in the cities and towns. And I'll get back to that in a minute. But we have a development that says, right now, you have 2 landowners and they can build 118 units. But if they want to enter into a development agreement voluntarily and increase the amount of units they can build, then, and only then, is there a requirement that a certain amount of that development be dedicated to affordable housing or workforce housing. So in the case, Northern South Park is the place that this is happening. 118 units. They propose that they want to build 1,437 units. And as a result, the idea is they'll get to build some market housing, but they'll build 70% of that would be affordable, because that's how we are able to balance a little bit what's happening in our community. So this idea that you want to put a guest house, want to build a guest house in town, and it's going to take, 70% of the value of your house away, that's ridiculous. That's not what we do. In fact, the town doesn't even impose a housing mitigation fee on accessory units or guest houses. That's just not true. This amendment will make it very hard for my community to build affordable housing, because this is what we are faced with. And I would ask any of you to come and visit and understand the growth pressure that we are under. It's a lovely place to live, and a lot of people want to do that. But we're trying to house our school teachers, our firefighters, our city and county employees, our hospital workers. And so if we don't have a way to address this growth issue and balance it, then no one's going to be able to live in Teton County. This amendment is truly not understanding the things that we're dealing with and not understanding even what our land use laws are. It is really an attempt to get around the requirements that big developers need to address. And again, voluntarily. They don't have to do that, but if they want to develop 1,400 units, you come and work through this. And to be honest, it's even under those rules, we are very challenged to end up with a product that we think really does meet our community needs. So please understand the challenges that we have. Please understand people in my community care about their community. They're seeing a lot of change, and some of it really isn't what a lot of people want to see. It's still a small town, and it's starting to feel less like a small town. So please, on and against.
Representative Connolly.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I was really looking forward to this bill tonight. I've talked to a gentleman in our community that's been working really hard to try to get some affordable housing, workforce housing, trying to build that out in our community. He's happy with the bill, and I was happy with the bill until this amendment got brought. I am not happy with this amendment, and I don't think it belongs there, and I think it ruins the bill, and I'm very disappointed, and I hope you vote no on the amendment.
Representative Filer.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And folks, the bringer of the amendment said that he had sent me this draft. He sent me some language. There's no doubt about it. I got an email from you, sir, and there's no doubt about it. Part of that email did not have the first part of the amendment, where it totally changes the title pretty much of the bill and what it does. And it was not in draft form. But I also talked to the bringer of this amendment too and said I was going to bring an amendment to completely delete this and not even have this problem. So we did conversate, but I had something drafted. I got an email that nothing drafted. It was instructing somebody to draft, but I didn't have a draft form, not until that committee meeting. No draft form. Folks, I would have loved to debate the bringer of this amendment in the committee where it belongs. In that committee where we could have debated this and fixed this bill and brought you something that was good, which we thought we did. We really did. We thought we brought you guys a great bill. I mean, but the amendment, folks, the Division 2 of this amendment destroys the bill. It's two different things. If there's some way that we could actually intertwine these together within the right statute, let's do it all day long. Let's do it. But let's not take the work of many developers, mayors, city council people, industry, everybody. Let's not throw their concerns and their work on this bill right out the window, because they came back to us. They said, don't belong in this bill. And they're the professionals. I know we've heard that people build stuff all the time in this body, but those folks, the people they represent, they build really big stuff. They know what they're talking about. And when they say that this doesn't do good in a bill, folks, I would just ask y'all to vote no on Division 2 And maybe the bringer of this amendment and I can get together before even third reading and maybe some of the industry, let's put our heads together. Let's see how we can really fix this and do it correctly. Please vote no on this division. Thanks.
Chairman Bear.
Madam Chairman, thank you. I just want to call 12-4 on the Division 2 and call for the ayes and noes.
Chairman Bear, we don't do 12-4 in committee of the whole. Sorry. Minority Floor Leader Ian.
Madam Chairwoman, thank you. So members, again, good bill, good bill, good bill. I don't want the bill to die. Jamming something in that had no public process in is a great way to kill a bill. I don't want this bill to die. Please don't kill this bill. Get it. I mean, there are people who want this issue to be debated. Great, let's have the debate. I think that's worthwhile. Jamming in language that no one except handed it to one other member is not having a public debate about the bill with the public. It's giving it to another legislator. Is that the public process that you want to go home and say, I was given some language, I gave it to one other legislator and I jammed it in the bill, there you go. That's how I make legislation? I want this bill to live. I want it to help our housing and development of our cities and towns. Don't kill it. Vote no on the amendment.
Question being called on division number 2 of Standing Committee Amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Division 2 has not been adopted. Division being called. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. Geringer, are you in? Please be seated. That amendment fails, has been adopted 31-21. We're back on the bill. Representative Yin.
Madam Chairwoman, I move Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 to Senate File 40 and ask for your favorable consideration. So members, like I said, the Regulatory Reduction Task Force was trying to make it a little tougher to be able to create this, allow this zoning protest process, which was hindering development, right? The folks who testified in front of us, they wanted it repealed. They wanted it repealed altogether. The task force as a whole thought repealing was too harsh in that we would never get it through both bodies if we did a full repeal. I disagreed. And so I bring before you a better solution than having the zoning protest process defined at all in state statute, which is just to not have that protest process. That protest process creates a second bite of the apple for constituents who already have the ability to go through a full public process. So to create a zoning change for city or town, they have to have a planning committee, they have their planning committee deal with it. Then it goes to 3 separate readings as an ordinance. So the public process in most cities and towns is pretty much 5 different meetings in 5 different days. So the ability for the public to get involved is very great. Adding the protest petition process in there was something done a long time ago to give folks another bite at the apple at stopping people exercising their private property rights, essentially. And so I didn't think it was needed at all. So that's why I pushed for a full repeal in the Regulatory Reduction Task Force. That's why I'm asking you for a full repeal of the process here. And with that, I ask for your favorable consideration, members.
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. On and opposed to this amendment. Folks, if you repeal this out of our statutes, that means that each and every individual community can come up with their own protest system. And if you do that, that certainty that we're trying to provide for developers goes away. So on and against the amendment.
Representative Filer.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'd like to push back a little bit on that, on and for this amendment. Actually, industry would love this gone because they already have to go through this huge process before they can even pull a building permit. And most of the time, they are spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on building plans, plot plans, all these different things to build something on their own property. And in that process, there is between 5 and 6 public meetings that are very noticed. They put them in the newspaper. You have all around the development property, there's going to be signs up everywhere. And they also have to notify by ordinances in the cities and towns of a certain amount of folks within a radius of their property. So deleting this, all it does is say, you guys went all the way through this process, reapprove your building permits, and everything like that. Even though you get right down to the very end, oh, wait. Could be one person that stops your project. Could be one. After you've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, the developer, or yourself personally. Could be your house. We don't know, right? It's a private property rights issue. We're stopping people from building in our towns and counties to help lower that huge inflation rate that we had on all these houses because we had a low number of houses on the market. And we're telling them, that's all right, everybody else gets another bite at the apple. We know you spent a bunch of money, but that's all right. We know it's your property, but hey, that's all right. I know for a fact industry wants it gone. I know for a fact I would like it gone. Folks, this is just an unfair balance. And we're here to make balances. We're here to create equity between everybody, where everybody has a fair shake, everybody has the same shot, right? But we don't do that. There's one development here, right here in the city of Cheyenne, in my town, Laramie County. Went through these processes, bought the property, which wasn't cheap at all. Did all the plot plans, did all the engineered drawings. He had everything all set up. He spent over $100 and some thousand just on engineering. Got all the way through the process of all the public comment, all the scrutiny, all the votes of the city council, all the questions and answers with the planning department. Got all the way up to getting ready to pull that permit. And a few people stopped that whole project, and guess what? He's just out that money, and now he's sitting on a piece of property he can't even do anything with. Is this what we're going to tell our developers? Is this what we're going to tell the people that come in and build stuff and create jobs here in our state? Is this what we're going to tell them? That, hey, it's all right. Everybody else gets another bite at the apple. Go spend all your money. But hey, it could be, depending on the property, it could be one person that could totally derail your project. One. Depending on what the project is. One person. This does not take away any of the public comments. This does not take away those processes. And it does not allow the municipalities to change their ordinances to not have any public comment. That's a totally different thing. This is a petition protest, public comment. Two different things. They have to go through all this. Public protest is after all of that. This is another hurdle. And we heard it from the developers in that committee. We heard it from all the people in industry in that committee. I think the best thing we should do, folks, just let's get this off our books and never have to have this conversation again. On or for the amendment?
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. On and against the amendment. Yeah, one more bite at the apple. Remember the little discussion about fighting City Hall? Developers often have a significant advantage because they go through this process all the time. And then we begin to develop into an area where maybe somebody just they want things to stay the way they are. And I think they need to have their voice. And yeah, there's a process for doing that. But quite frankly, I have seen that process abused many times. That's what I was on the phone about today. Notification was not properly given, a lot of issues with the process. And so what this particular section of law does is allow people one last chance to resist a developer. There's two sides to every story. And this gives an opportunity. This gives an opportunity for, frankly, for the little guy to have just that much better chance. So I would urge you, vote against this amendment, and let's keep this second bite of the apple out there.
Representative Yin.
Madam Chairwoman, thank you. So members, let's say I'm a landowner. I want to develop my piece of property, but I need an upzone. So I go to my city, I petition them for an upzone. They go through the planning process. They go through 3 separate readings. I'm getting the design done so I can present in front of my city design committee or planning committee and say, this is what it's gonna look like. I pay a lot of money to prepare, hoping that I'm gonna get this upzone. Passes through first reading of the city, goes through second reading of the city. Third reading, someone brings a protest petition to make it so I can no longer build this. My private property rights that they were going to grant me gets taken away because of 1 or 2 landowners who are my neighbors who want to violate my private property rights by making it so I can't get an upzone through the town. This is making it harder for people to exercise their private property rights. That's why we tightened it in the bill, but that's why a full repeal would be helpful. Every single developer told us, the folks that represent businesses told us, repeal, repeal, repeal. Housing members told us, repeal. So let's just repeal it. Good bill. We can make it better with a repeal.
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So this engrossed copy is on blue paper. Why is it on blue paper? Because the good body over there changed the bill from the way it was introduced. It's engrossed. So they made some great changes to this bill. You heard the co-sponsor of the amendment state that just one person could derail their project. But I'll point you to the good work of the other body on page 1, line 14. The new language says more than one. On and against the amendment.
Representative Filer.
Madam Chair, and thanks for bringing that to my attention. Two people can derail your property then. But it's also a percentage. So it's either one person, more than one, but there's also a percentage. Because they did change this, they tightened it up. It said 33% or more of the owners. Well, what if you got 3 people that live adjacent to your property? One person could derail your project. Yes, that's what it says. 33% or more of the owners, immediately adjacent. That's what it says. So we'll just go with 2, folks. We'll go with 2. That's fine. And you're right, the other body across the hall, because it's on blue paper, did some changes and made it good. And maybe we should go back to that completely. Also, I heard about notification. This gives another bite at the apple. Notification is already done. This has nothing to do with notification, actually. Because the notification process is already done. Because you went through your planning. You sent out your notices to all your neighbors. You've already done the notification prior to this. This is not to re-notify anybody. This is just the people that have already been notified and had plenty of time to derail your project or get those questions asked, right? And come to those planning meetings and voice their concerns, because I did it in my county. I fought a project, I fought a temporary work camp in my backyard, and it works. The protest process works because of a notification when they were doing the planning. When they did the planning, they had to send out the notifications. All the neighbors knew what was going on. We all got together, we went down and we fought the project, and we won as citizens. We won, we beat the developer. So to always say that the developer has an upper hand, no, they don't. And you also got to remember too, developers are you guys too. Hey, you want to build a new house, you want to build it yourself, that's you. So you are a developer also, guys. We're all developers. If you want to build anything and you're asking permission to change a zoning or anything like that, and you send out do all your due diligence, all of it, to have one neighbor say, I know it's your property, but I really don't care. I'm going to derail this deal. One of those projects in my town that died did not happen. There's a lot of affordable housing for some younger folks. Lots. And let's be honest, folks. Let's look at our kids. How many of them want to mow some grass? How many? How many of them even change the oil in their car? Right? Let's think about this next generation. They do not want the 2,500 square foot house anymore, folks. They don't. They want a studio apartment. Most people don't even start families till in their late 30s now. The younger generation needs the housing that these people are trying to provide. And all we're saying is one landowner or two landowners can derail the project. We sit here and ask ourselves, we campaign on deregulation, make it easier, make sure we can do stuff on our property, make things cheaper, let the free market work, and here we are. If we don't repeal this, we're keeping regulation. We're not letting the free market work. We're not keeping a level playing field. The level playing field is the processes prior to this. That's the level playing field for everybody. It's equitable. So folks, take it from a guy that does this all the time and every day, day in and day out of his life. I'm not making this stuff up. Please vote for the amendment. Thanks.
Question being called on Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. No. The Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 has failed. Division being called. All those in favor, please stand. Please sit. All those opposed, please stand. More than 19. We are back on the bill. Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 has passed. We are back on the bill. Oh, it failed. I'm so sorry, body. Please hold. Yes, the amendment has failed. Committee of the Whole Amendment 1 has failed. We're back on the bill. Is there any discussion on Senate File 81? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Bear's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that Senate File 40 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Senate File 40 has passed committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration. Majority Floor Leader, do you have something to say?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Madam Chairwoman, I move that the Committee of the Whole rise and report.
You have heard the motion. Oh, wait, right? You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Wait, what's going on?
Representative Davis.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 11.5 and Mason Section 313, 671, 687.6, 689.6, I move to divide the Committee of a Whole report, to have a separate vote taken on the portion of the report relating to Senate File 32 and ask that the body vote no on that portion of the report.
The motion appears to be in order. We will be voting first on the portion of the Committee of the Whole report relating to Senate File 32. As previously stated, Senate File 32 failed to pass a roll call vote in Committee of the Whole, and the report recommends that the bill be indefinitely postponed. The question is, should the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole on Senate File 32 be adopted? If you vote aye, you are voting to adopt the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole that Senate File 32 be indefinitely postponed. If you vote no, you are voting to reject the Committee of the Whole report on this bill, in which case Senate File 32 will again be placed on the general file pending further action by the House. So just to repeat this again, ladies and gentlemen, if you vote aye, you are voting to accept the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole that Senate File 32 be indefinitely postponed. If you vote no, it will be placed again on general file. Chief Clerk, please call the roll. This is a majority vote of those present and voting in the House. Simple majority.
Allemand? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Excused? Bear? Brady? Bratton? Brown, Gary? Brown, Landon? Byron? Campbell, Elisa? Campbell, Kevin? Chestick? Clouston? Connolly? Davis?
No.
Eklund, excused. Erickson? Feiler? Geringer? Guggenmoss? Harrelson? Harshman? Heiner? Heft? Jarvis? Johnson? Kelly? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Lean? Locke? Lucas? McCann? Nicholas? Ottman? Pendergraft? Posey? Provenza?
No.
Riggins, excused. Rodriguez Williams? Schmid? Sherwood? Singh? Smith? Storr? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Thayer? Washut? Wasserberger? Webb? Weber? Worf? Williams? Winter? Wiley? Wiley? Yin? Mr. Speaker? Are there any changes? Chestick, aye to no. Campbell Kevin, no to aye. Angelos, aye to no. Lean, aye to no. Knapp, aye to no. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 20 aye, 37 no, 5 excused.
By your vote, you have not adopted the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole report on Senate File 32. We will now consider the remainder of the Committee of the Whole report. All those in favor of adopting the remainder of the Committee of the Whole report say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The remainder of the Committee of the Whole report is adopted.
I move the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Congratulations, Representative Provenza.
That's good. Yeah, should have been, but you went too fast. Haven't read it in yet.
The reading card should read it.
Yeah.
Not sure that we might not.
Yeah. Members, we need to read in the Committee of the Whole report after all of that. We skipped a step there. We went directly and let her go ahead and have the applause and sit down a little prematurely. So, reading clerk, will you please read the Committee of the Whole report?
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole, having had under consideration bills on general file, begs leave to report as follows. Senate File 20, do pass. Senate File 15, do pass. Senate File 16, do pass. Senate File 23, do pass. Senate File 25, do pass. Senate File 42, do pass amended. Senate File 48, do pass. Senate File 49, do pass amended. Senate File 81, do pass. Senate File 149, do pass. Senate Joint Resolution 3, do pass amended. Senate File 6, do pass amended. Senate File 13, do pass amended. Senate File 40, do pass amended. Representative Provenza, Chairman.
Representative Provenza. Parliamentarian 1 and Parliamentarian 2, are you guys on this? Okay, all right. Representative Provenza.
I move the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Congratulations once again, Representative Provenza. Reports from standing committees.
Senate File 33, sponsored by Transportation, non-citizen driver's license and ID card revisions, an act relating to motor vehicles. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs, to whom is referred Senate File 33 engrossed. Non-citizen drivers, license, and ID card revisions. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Brown, Geringer, McCann, Tarver. Noes, Representatives Larson, Nicholas, Posey, Wiley. Representative Brown, Chairman. Senate File 88, sponsored by Natural Resource Funding. 2025 Large Project Funding, an act relating to Wyoming Wildlife and Natural Resource Funding Act. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 6, Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources, to whom is referred Senate File 88 engrossed, 2025 Large Project Funding. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Byron, Campbell, Connolly, Harshman, Jarvis, Provenza, Storer, Thayer, Wharf. Representative Byron, Chairman. Senate File 108, sponsored by Senator Barlow. Recreation Safety, Agro-Tourism, an act relating to recreation safety. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 6, Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources, to whom is referred Senate File 108, Recreation, Safety, Agro-Tourism. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Byron, Campbell, Connolly, Harshman, Jarvis, Provenza, Storer, Thayer, Wharf. Representative Byron, Chairman.
We also have a re-referral. Travel, that'd be Byron. Here he comes. Representative Byron, Chairman Byron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to refer Senate File 88 to Committee Number 2.
Thank you very much. Now, I do believe we have one other that we need to do some re-referrals on. Is that all? Representative Winters, Chairman Winter. Microphone.
Sorry.
It's all good.
I'd like to re-refer Senate File 63 to the Committee Number 2 Appropriations.
We're just a moment, we'll have to figure out exactly how that's going to work, because I believe that one is on general file. Stand at ease, body. We'll sort this sack of cats, and we'll be right back with you. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand that in the process of while we're working on this and then continue to sort through, we have Representative Williams that would like to wax eloquently for us with a poetic dissertation. So,
thank you, Mr. Speaker. They called him pert near Perkins. For unless the booger lied, he'd pert near done most everything that he had ever tried. He'd pert near been a legislator. He'd pert near roped a bear. He met up with Comanches once and pert near lost his hair. He pert near wed a Jackson heiress who had money by the keg. He'd pert near had the measles, and he'd pert near broke his leg. Pert near been a trail boss, and according to his claim, he pert near shot Bill Hickok which had pert near won him fame. Pert near rode some broncs upon which no one else had stuck. In fact, he was the feller who had pert near drowned the duck. Now, mostly all the cowboys on the lazy SB spread, they took his talking with a grin and let him fight his head. But one named Tom McGinnis sort of told it to him rough. You're riding with an outfit now where pert near ain't enough. We tie our catch ropes to the horn, and what we catch, we hold. And pert near's one alibi we never do unfold. In fact, right now, I'll tell you that no word I ever hear sounds quite so plain darn useless as that little pair pert near. That's how old Tom McGinnis laid it out upon the line, and like a heap of preaching talk, sounded mighty fine. But one day, Tom McGinnis was, while riding off alone, he lamed his horse and had to catch some neighbor Nestor's roan to ride back to the ranch on. But somewhere along the way, a bunch of nesters held him up, and there was heck to pay. Tom claimed he hadn't stole the horse, just borrowed it to ride. Them nesters hated cowboys, and they told him that he lied. They cussed him for a horse thief. They caught him with the goods. They set right out to hang him in a nearby patch of woods. They had poor Tom surrounded with their guns all fixed to shoot. It looked like this poor cowboy sure had heard his last owl hoot. They tied a rope around his neck, threw it o'er a limb, and Tom McGinnis pert near knowed that this is the last of him. Then suddenly a shot rang out from somewhere up the hill. Them nesters dropped the rope and ran, like nesters sometimes will when bullets go to whizzing. Tom's heart leapt up with hope to see old pert near Perkins riding towards him at a lope. Looks like I pert near got here just in time, old Perkins said, to see them nesters hang you. You pert near did. He pert near grinned. Tom's face got kind of red. They pert near had me strung. You're looking at a cowboy that has pert near just been hung, and also one that's changed his mind, for no word ever said can sound as sweet as pert near when a man's been pert near dead.
Chairman Winter, what did you decide here? We're ready to move on this.
Yes, Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
we're going to cancel that re-referral. 63 to the Appropriation Committee. Cancel it.
So it is currently on general file, so re-refer from general file to standing committee number 2. Oh, you're going to cancel it? Okay, so there is not an appropriation on it?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. John? One last time, I will let the body know that your meeting notices for Tuesday are due by 2 p.m. tomorrow. So that will be for meetings that are going to be taking place on Tuesday of next week. So you must have those notices in by 2 p.m. tomorrow. Chief Clerk, that clears the deck? Deck is cleared. Oh, Representative Washit. Oh, committee announcements, please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 1 will meet at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, celebrate Valentine's Day by hearing Senate File 114 engrossed, missing persons reporting requirement, and Senate File 11 engrossed, use of fraudulent documents to wrongfully possess property.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 4, Education, will meet tomorrow upon noon recess in Capitol Extension Room 3 to hear 3 bills. Senate File 72, Summer Vacation Preservation Act, Senate File 90, Youth Organizations and Schools, and Senate File 137, School Finance Cash Reserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Rodriguez-Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 10 will meet tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. in room 3. We'll hear 2 bills. We'll start with Senate File 75, Coroner Investigations, Disposition of Decedent's Property. And then we'll hear Senate File 130, Emergency Assistance Immunity, Mental Health Services.
Thank you, Chairman Rodriguez-Williams. Chairman Knapp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Corporations Committee tomorrow upon noon recess will meet in E005 to continue SF 98, School Board Trustees Party Affiliation, and SF 127, Engrossed Administrative Rules Legislative Review.
Thank you, Chairman. Any others? Committee announcements? That's it. Representatives? None. Okay. Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House adjourn until tomorrow, Valentine's Day. We will not reconvene until 10 a.m.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The motion is passed. Members, House will stand adjourned until the 24th day of session, February the 14th, 2025 at 10 a.m.